Hey everyone, before the main video starts, I just wanted to say that this video went a lot longer than we all expected, and instead of maybe breaking it up and going into parts, I've decided to just make it one big long video, and then on YouTube I will break it down and timestamps by each mission. So again, sorry it went way longer than expected, but it's filled with a lot of great information. I say that later on, but I just wanted to start this intro out. I know I'd had a few suggestions of maybe breaking it into parts, but I've decided to just put it all in one area. That way people can come to just one video to find out any information they want about a certain mission. So having said that, the main video is about to start. We'll see ya. Hello everyone, this is XBIGALSKIx.
And this is JTB.
And TheGodfatherDictator.
And today I'm fortunate to have two of the best guys to help me do some commentary on my Ninja Gaiden quest for 50 million. Now that I broke 50 million, I want to go through some of my scores, go through some of the mission mode high scores and high scores on video to show people that you don't have to really go to the extreme like I thought you did, and it was kind of commonly known, you know, what you had to do to get 50 million. I know some of those, if you hear, oh my god, you have to do everything, no elixir, no ninpo, and you have to, you know, farm all the Marbus missions no matter what for his, you know, all 50 UTs, and that's the only way you're going to be able to get 50 million. Well, I never farmed Eternal Legend yet, and I still broke 50, so you don't have to do all of those things that a lot of people were kind of, and I want to say scared into, you know, but we're going to dispel some of those myths and talk about some easier missions, and hopefully this will encourage people to go for 50. So any thoughts before we get started, guys?
This whole video is just Al showing off. He's like, I got 50 without Eternal Legend.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
So that's what this is.
Well, we're ending this video now. No. So anyway,
No, I agree though. Like, I think, yeah, it's a good point in all seriousness, because I think definitely the way the game's evolved, at one point it was like the idea of like getting 50 with no Eternal Legend is like, nah, no way. Like, that's not gonna happen. Or even not using items and that. It's just the game is so much more well mined now in terms of points and strategy. Like, yeah, like this whole series kind of really kind of shook that up quite a bit. I was like, no, you actually could use quite a few items if you really wanted to. So
right,
you'd be totally fine.
Well, I made my intro video 3 years ago, so it only took me 3 years to finally do this. And hopefully, again, one of my misconceptions that I was fooling myself is I just don't want to do this because it's going to be so hard. But knowing that, hey, you know what, if I get, you know, 40 UTs on Marbus, it's not the end of the world. Or if I have to use some elixirs on the tanks, it's not the end of the world. So again, I put extra pressure on myself for really no reason. I took like 4 months off or 5 months off before I did the Got You missions, the 2 Marbus missions, and it only took me like 2 days to do it. So undue pressure can be very hampering, if that's the word to use for this. So okay, so what I decided to do, and I'll just show this again. I know people won't be able to read this, but I took the scores of 6 different players, their 50, what they got, took the average for each mission, and then went from there. And again, some of these missions I didn't make the average on. Got You 5 was one of them. And if anybody wants my copy of this for their own records, send me a PM over at ngrealm.com, and I will gladly share a blank document of this and my scores if anybody wants to ever keep track of that. So again, I know people can't really read this right now, but it was kind of a lifesaver and made things a lot easier. You know, back then, I don't think we had a thing to share your score, but I think Weeble is the one who made this Excel sheet for anybody. So again, just let me know if anybody wants it. Send a PM. Godfather, if you want this for you to finally break your 50 million. sorry, I had to throw one on there, but okay. So going forward, Path of the Master Ninja 1. I put the high score on the left side and the video high score on the right side, and you can also see my score. Of course, I could do better. What do you think, real quick, JTB? The key for me, if somebody has a score like mine, to increase it to yours without going overboard.
Honestly, the easiest thing now, because of the way the mission mode is check the thread on the forum, because we have 32 high scores on video now, I think.
Right.
And we used to only have like 6 up until the last couple of years. So, if you watch that video, and this applies to any high score that we have, but I think we have 58 million on video now too. Like we have, there is a huge amount on video on the mission mode video total. So I would watch the video first, and then sort of try and learn from that and take what you can. But really, I would say just your fundamentals for sort of increasing your score are kind of obviously no item, no ninpo. That kind of goes without saying almost, but you really have to know how the mission mode scoring system works, and that's explained many times. It's on the forum too. So just prioritize your UTs, prioritize your essence, don't use any items, don't use any ninpo, and if you stick to those 4 pillars on every mission, like you'll increase your like overall total by a lot if you just replay everything and think, okay, no items, no ninpo, UTs where possible, collect any extra essence, and I'm good.
Right.
Like, you'll seriously start improving your scores in that, and especially in that mission in particular.
Well, I think on this mission, because there's certain missions, like this is definitely one of the missions that you do not want to use your ninpo. You do not want to use elixirs. But some of the other ones you might, I might need to use a ninpo, or I might need to use an elixir. But this is definitely one of those that you don't want to use
anything.
Use anything. So
one thing I wanted to point out real quick before I forget is that this one, though, from what I remember, because I watched the score, like what makes a huge impact to is like understanding how to get those extra UT with the windmill shuriken on the mage, like later on. That's like a big part of it, because if you don't know that you can do that, you'll just kill them with regular UT and you will get nowhere near close that score that you see on the screen right now.
Well,
so
I think the point of this is not, I'm not telling people to strive for the highest score possible. Like for me,
don't beat my score.
Yeah.
But to know, but to know, what you really have to push if you want to get close to those scores, though. I think it's just good that people fully grasp what's going on behind this, because yes, UTing every single enemies will get you a good average score there. But if you want to push, for the type of score that you see on the screen right now, you need to kind of go out of your way and do more than that.
What I probably should have put my I think my average on this was like 685 or something like that. But, and like I said, if people increase to what you see on the high score, you're going to get 58 million. So, we wanted to people to get to go for 50 million. So I think, like here, I think what I could have done on this mission in particular is I think I UT'd the mage a couple times when I didn't need to, or I killed 3 enemies in one shot. Stuff like that. If you can avoid that, because the windmill shuriken trick that Godfather mentions and that JTB shows, that's something I just don't have the hang of. And it's something,
that's extremely difficult.
So I don't want to, make it sound like, well, you have to do that.
No.
You have to do it if you want to go for a score like 800,000.
Pretty much, yeah.
But
there's no way you'll break 800k.
Without doing that.
I think that's why the videos are so helpful, because if your goal is 50 and you have like basically an 8 million point margin for error, that's pretty generous. But if you do this mission and you only get like 700s or even like 680 or 690, you think, well, that's still okay.
Yeah, because my average, I do have my averages printed out. I do have my average is 684, 839. So, so that's this one. Basically, try not to kill extra enemies if you can possibly avoid it. ET the mages until you can UT them, and then if you want to go for the extra points, do the windmill shuriken. But definitely don't use ninpo or elixirs on this one. And going to the next one, you can see the big difference between my score and Godfather's, and my average on that was 1,181,000. And I watched his video, and I think a lot of yours was actually positioning. I think you got, I was closer to the ledge, and you were a little bit farther back. So I think I killed some extra enemies or did some extra damage on the dinos.
This mission is a little bit annoying because I could have probably done better than what I did there, in all fairness. Because you need to go on top of the platform, and the reason why I go further in is that you want to just do one hit UT with the Devil Arrow. Like, you don't want to hit 2 dino with a UT. So you want to do like individual damage, but because of the impact, it's super hard to make Ryu target the enemies properly. So that part there is like a lot of restart engines when you get, the right positioning and all of that. And on top of that, I think I messed out, because when you reach to the end, you're supposed like to do like one hit lunar UT, on Cyclops Wasp to maximize that. And I think at some point I messed it up, and I killed more than I wanted to. So this mission is like really super hard, I guess, to really, if you want to really milk it, to the maximum.
Right.
I would say maybe like 1.3, 20, 30 would be possible if you like do it a little faster, get those single hit, and then don't fuck up on the Wasp. But it's a super grindy mission. It's I can't say honestly that I had a lot of fun getting the high score on this one when I think back on it. But yeah, I mean, I did it because I kind of wanted to have it on video and push randomize out of there because of no vid. But yeah, it's pretty annoying for that.
Well, Siberian X, unfortunately, he's kind of disappeared from the scene. I hope everything's okay with him. He's scored over, I think he scored like 52 million, and he's scored in the top 10 of a lot of the story mode difficulty karma runs. He doesn't really get out there and put himself out there, but he had some excellent strategies, and I've talked about him before in some of my other videos. But he had a little clip showing how using the positioning of the Dobby whenever the wasps come out to do it to where only one, like the left, because isn't it like 3 waves of damage comes out on the
3
Dobby
lines.
3 lines. Well, he would block 2 of them by his positioning of the wall up on top, and then that way only 1 line was going out, and he was able to not kill like a bunch of wasps with like a Dobby UT. And that was one way he was showing as an option. I don't think he didn't have Godfather's score, but his score was definitely higher than mine. And,
because it's weird to say though, but I think I don't know when really people started focusing on that, but I really think though that doing one hit lunar UT is something that people overlooked kind of
right
back then. I think it's just something that even what I might be wrong on that, JTB, you correct me if I'm wrong, but I even think that a one hit from a level 3 lunar UT is less powerful than an entire UT from Nunchuck,
Oh yeah, for sure it is. I mean, the Nunchuck UT, all the damage in the Nunchuck UT is from that final hit.
Yeah, pretty much.
Because I think it was actually, it might have been Fat Man that very first showed that way back on NP4. Was getting Jotunfrau to do that. When Jotunfrau tries to punch you,
and you do that your one
UT,
hit.
To where all the flurry hits him, but the last hit just completely whiffs.
Yeah,
and then you don't deal that much damage to him. So over the course of that run, it's going to be a ton of points that's gonna add up to. So getting later on, like that's where I think Dark Azuki first showed the one-hit Luna on the purple ghoul.
Yeah.
You can get 48 one-hit Luna UTs on him in Eternal
That's
Legend.
great. Yeah, that's crazy. But that's why. So I really think that makes it's a huge part of the strat, the one-hit Lunar UT for that mission anyway.
Well,
I know another one later on that we'll get to that it's exactly the same thing. But yeah, this one was two things: getting the one-hit Lunar, the one-hit WT on singular Dino and such, so that they don't take too much damage and you can milk them. But yeah, also trying to get the one-hit UT on the Wasp, so you can also milk them at the end.
I mean, I think at the end of the day, the UTs are going to add up over the time, but trying to single out one-hit Lunar UTs on the Wasp obviously is going to take a lot more time, and because you have to kind of go back and forth and see how they group up, and then all of a sudden you release, and then 3 of them decide to fly at you, and you kill them all. So it's a little bit tougher, but I think really a little bit farther back in the positioning to where Godfather is compared to where I was, because I think is what really made the difference in his score and mine, in terms of if you wanted an extra 50k out of my score. So going to this next one, and I think this one right here, kudos to Kel. I mean that right,
he beat Platinum.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And
Platinum score.
the average on this is just the average was 762. So getting all getting all 16 kills is where you're gonna get, because I think I only got maybe 10 kills or less, on the horsemen. But it's what you kill the first 8, and then after the first 8, that's when Masakato drops down. Is that right, JTB?
Well, no. When he drops down is it's based on his health. But yeah, you can get that many horses if you get the perfect amount of UTs on it.
Right.
So yeah, you want to try and get. It's been a while since I watched Kel's video, but you want to try and get as many UTs on the horseman as you can, whether that's Warhammer UTs or whatever. But then I think on each phase of Masakato's health, I think you can get 6 or 8 one-hit Lunar UTs on him. So if that's almost half of your UTs come from before you've even knocked Masakato off his horse. But there is a very specific positioning and setup to be able to do that.
Well, I think this is one of those ones where the grind, in order to get the higher score like Kel has, your positioning has to be good, like JTB says, in terms of hitting the horsemen that are out there with Masakato at the time, and then after they're dead.
Hit also,
the
Lunar. That's come back to this again, though.
Yeah, because once
one-hit Lunar.
Once Masakato is down, the other horsemen will come out, I think either 2 or 3 at a time, and then after you kill one, the next one will come out, kill one, the next one will come out. So trying to dodge all those horsemen and Masakato is pretty tough. So I think this mission, getting 800,000, 850, unless you really want to push it, it's kind of a struggle, just because of the randomness of when the horseman comes out and how much.
But it's all about the rhythm, right? And they're the when, how you time them, because sometimes when you hit them, then you'll slow them down for a bit, so you can kind of play with that in a sense, that manipulate a little bit when they come towards you and such. But Kel knowledge in this mission is really good. And actually, something funny I want to mention in this mission, not really unrelated, because that was the previous high score, but I could never watch Platinum video because it was copyrighted in my country. So I didn't even know, what strat he was doing. So I was really happy to see that, Kel did it after, because then I could actually watch the strat, and I never really farmed that mission. So when, it will be time for me to do it, I'll have a visual cue there from his mission. And that's
So the one-hit Luna farming on Masakato, I remember, because I did this mission years ago. You get, where all the wood crumbles in when you go in story mode. You charge your UT there, and as soon as the horse turns around and his front feet touch down, you release, and that gets you your one hit. And it's just one of those things where, like, if you're off even once or twice, like, you kind of, that's going to be a lot of points, that you're down. So it's just one of those things. Like, it really is one of those missions where I think you don't, like, strive for 100% on that, because it will just send you insane.
Yeah, it'll make you stop on all the other ones. It's funny because I do the other side back behind where they are on the screen up there. I stand there to do my farming. So if the horsemen go up to where the arrow side is, as soon as they rear up and right before they put their legs down, that's when I release. But if they go to where you come into the arena, because it's a farther distance, I wait for them actually to land and then take a step forward before I release. So finding that balance between where the horsemen are on screen is key. Because once those Masticato's off and those horsemen are running around and they're shooting arrows and you're trying to drop smoke bombs and jump and charge and all, I mean it's really crazy. And
there's a lot going on here.
Yeah, and the score that Platinum had. Now again, the scores that I have for Platinum are a little bit older before what he finally finished. His overall score was 52 million, almost 53, but his score for this was 922.
Yep.
So it's now again, I think he had a higher score later on, but at the time
he did.
Yeah. But still, when the average score on this is 762, and you can see what's possible from a lot of guys who broke 50, that just tells you how difficult this mission could be, and is definitely one that I wouldn't put the extra time in versus some of the other missions.
Oh yeah, there's easier points.
Right.
Mission mode.
So going.
But I thought you did this mission, by just using Ice Storm and then Zuna drop.
Right. Yeah. This.
Shout outs to Fat Man. He was the first one who showed that.
Yeah.
It's cool strat.
Yeah, it is the most fun mission to just beat really quick. Is this the fastest really mission that you can beat?
Yeah, it is. It's like 9 seconds.
Yeah,
I think it is.
Yeah.
So going forward, obviously,
100 Ninja.
Yeah.
Yeah, the second best mission mode.
Yeah, and look at our difference. And I struggled with this, but the average on this was 1.7 or 1,731,000. So I just barely beat it, and I struggled with it. But go ahead,
this
JTB.
Mission is brutal. Yeah,
that's rough.
This mission is. I say this is another high score that's on video, though, thankfully. But this mission is just. We'd honestly be here all night to really talk about like what this mission is. But if you wanted to just a quick and dirty way to improve your score, Dark Dragon Blade, Tranquility, Forward Wide and Mage at the start, and then just chain Dark Dragon Blade UTs wherever possible. Prioritize Red Ninja and Silver Samurai Essence with Benediction over chaining it for another UT. And then do that throughout the rest of the wave. And then once you get to say 3-4 enemies left, then start smoke bombing to try and get some nunchuck UTs in there. And then on your individual waves, where you get 6 mages, 6 ninjas, 6 Vigorian ninjas and that, then swap to smoke bombs and try and get nunchuck UTs that way. There's way more layers to the mission to get that kind of score that you're seeing on screen right now, but
what you're saying gets me my score.
Oh yeah, what I said, if you get a good run with what I said, and then you absorb all your essence, you could probably break 1.8.
Yeah,
easily, on a really good run. The Silver Samurai and Red Ninja's essence is super important on that run. You need to collect that with Benediction to get the sort of to start breaking the 1.85, 1.9 barrier.
Well, the one thing I do want to point out that I should have pointed out at the beginning is the scores that you see here were whatever the first score it was that I got on video. So, I could have been trying a strat and hey, it worked. And then JTB's like, oh, well, if you had done this, that, or the other, you could have increased your score. I'm like, well, I've already got it on video. So that's what I'm just saying, that's what I'm leaving it at. And because I could go back and redo all of them. I think I write that in my little commentary on all my videos. Every score could be farmed better and more efficiently. But I took the first score. So once I beat my average, as bad as it may have been in terms of what I could possibly get, is what I kept. So I think this is a good. I mean, here's 200,000. So probably realistically at my skill level and with a little bit of knowledge, maybe 185, maybe 100,000 points more. A few more definitely. UTs or collected essence. That essence really adds up. So again, this of course is one you don't want to use your elixir. Or do you even have an elixir in this one?
You don't have any, no.
But you had some ninpo though. But you don't want to use that.
Slot.
Yeah, you want to use that. So again, this is definitely one that's a good overall jump in your score versus some of the other missions if you take the time to do it properly. So,
it's easy to lose a lot of point on it, pretty much too.
Yeah, it's one of those fine balance ones to where, hey, this could really, really help, but a few mistakes could really, really hurt.
Yep.
So,
yeah, for sure. I mean, just for perspective on that, one Silver Samurai UT'd essence with Benediction, I think, is 24,000 karma end game.
Wow.
Yeah, that's huge.
So if you miss 2 of them, that's 50k.
Yeah.
That you lose.
Yeah.
It's pretty crazy.
It's definitely not worth losing that versus using those 2 essence orbs for a UT.
No.
Yeah. Okay, so going to our next one here. Godfather, I think a lot of it is just getting some extra ETs. I think I killed a couple mages or a couple of enemies or maybe even 3 enemies with a Dabi UT or something versus just smoke bomb at the beginning and or whether
I think I was trying to kill the brown ninja with the nunchuck ET because that really easy, and then after I think I was going with the Devil Arrow for the remaining 2, and then on the windmill shuriken ninja with red ninja and black spider ninja, I think I was trying to kill the black spider ninja regularly for blue essence, and then trying to UT the next boat, and get with benediction and all. I don't remember that mission quite well, actually.
Right.
I'm not, I'm not too sure. If I think I could have probably improved that mission a bit, because I think Batman, I did the 599, so it was not that huge of an improvement in the score. But it's a mission, that I don't know. It can, so many things can go wrong, even though it's not particularly hard. But for karma, because I'm rewatching it a little bit right now, I noticed that one of the mage, I think in the second wave, didn't die from my Devil Arrow UT, so I got an extra 1 out of him. That I don't know if that's
Cheater.
something that mage are more tanky in this mission or something. I don't know. I don't know, because I know in Eternal Legend, enemies are more tanky. So
Yeah, they are.
I wouldn't say 100%, but there's something that was going on in there. But yeah, overall, it's not a mission though that I think I pushed that much compared to the other one that I'm thinking on, because in the next row there's a lot of those missions that I push more. But this one, it's more something I think that I did. I thought I had an okay run, and then when I went to check the high score, I noticed that I had beat it by a little bit, and then I just left it there because I was happy with it. And I noticed Kel did this mission and he didn't push to beat the score either, so I didn't bother. I think maybe if he went and pushed a little bit like we did with Abysmal Lair, it would have been a little bit of a back and forth. But I mean, can't really blame him though, because he farmed some the mission that I never did. So I mean, if I ever get to that point, I might have a different perspective than what I have right now.
Well, my average was 545, and so you see the score that I got, and that Godfather only got 50,000 points higher. Really means that there's not a ton of points to stress people out over versus again some of the other missions. So going to the next row, this one right here, and I think I found a little way at the end, but the average on this was on my end was 652.
That's what I was gonna say, 650.
Yeah, but there's a way that you can avoid his tail whip. That if you're looking at the screen right now, if you're to the kind of the far left-hand side, close to the gate that you can come in from, his tail can't reach you there.
Yeah.
And but I don't think that's fully been explored in terms of maybe using WTs. Of course, if you stay there too long, he's going to spam his little bone spurs. But I think here the camera is your worst enemy, and
Yeah, it can be tricky.
and then just trying to know where the enemies are in relationship. You know, even if they're off screen, you know, you've got to keep your kind of a mindful when.
So
where
what
they are.
if I recall what I was trying to do back then? What you want to try to do in this mission is you want to bring the wasp like to one side, but far back a little bit, and then you want to go on the other corner a little front, so that when you, it's weird to explain this, but when you do the UT with the double arrow, you want Ryu to target his leg, but at the same time you want one of the line to go a little further, so then you can catch like one Cyclops wasp at a time, compared to if there's no leg that is placed, you know, on the ground part, and you do your UT with the dab, he's gonna target, you know, all the Cyclops wasps at once.
Yeah, your
So
run's
that-
over there. If
Yeah.
you kill
Yeah.
4 or 5, you know,
Yeah, it's
each
pretty
time.
much done. So
Yeah.
you kind of want to maximize the amount of UT you get each wave, because I think it's like 6 Cyclops wasps per wave, so a potential like 30k per wave for 4 waves. So you know, mission going perfect, it would be like 120k karma at the end there total. I don't know. I think I did like 80, between 80 and 90 if I go check real quick. I look, I did actually 89.5, and I think all things considered with how much enemies you can kill in there, it's not something that I would push that much more if you want.
Right.
And it's also similar to the previous mission. It's not a mission I think that you can lose a lot on, you know, like you didn't lose a lot on.
Yeah, I'm only
compared to
30,000
the
points
score.
or
Yeah,
40,000
so
points
it's
behind
not
you.
huge. It's really
Yeah.
that thing on, you know, what we said earlier. If you want to push for that extra score, that's what you have to do. But you definitely don't have to do that at all.
Right. So this is, I think, a mandatory one if you want to go for a high. I mean, you know, go for your 50 million. I think once
Yeah,
you
I agree.
understand the pattern of Hydrocubus, this is actually one of the easier farming missions. Maybe not overall, but in terms of, I mean, I think. What do you think, Godfather?
It's interesting you mentioned that actually, because I think you would have good fun checking a difference with that, because I think it's JTB that had the high score for this on video before, if I recall. I'm not
Yeah,
like,
and it
entirely
wasn't-
sure.
Yeah,
I think
it was
you
like,
had it.
I can't remember what I had, but like 980 or maybe 960 something.
Yeah, it was
I'll
a
have
good
to check.
score, but you know what I noticed though, and you could check the video side by side. It's just weird. Is I noticed that because I think you were doing it on the 360, right? Or not, probably not on the OG
Yeah,
version.
probably,
it
yeah,
was
but yeah, my
it was a
video's very
different
old.
version, because if you check the amount of time that I have to charge versus like the amount of time you had to charge for the tentacle, the speed is different. I can't really explain it, but the mission, the release and all, you could check both videos side by side, because I was checking yours, and then sometimes I was trying to charge the same way, and I would get clipped, you know, and then I thought like, there's something that I'm not understanding with what he's doing, you know, there might be something that I don't fully grasp there.
Yeah.
But the more I tested it, the more I realized that the speed of the certain move that he was doing with the tentacle on that version were a little different than the OG and Xbox 360 version, and that's the same to me for the there's 2 things that are like that: this Awaken Alma's projectile and the fire wing or fire ring from the lava worm. That thing is just super weird on the new like Xbox, you know, the backward compatible one, the remaster version. It sometimes goes faster, and I remember back then, you know, static jump on the OG Xbox, you never get hit by that ring. And so sometimes like I'm doing the same thing and I'm getting hit, and I just don't understand why, and it's guaranteed it has something to do with the refresh rate, because it's not normal, you know.
Well,
It's much higher.
the average on this was 890, and if you watched my video, if people did, and I think JTB even commented, for the first, you know, however many UTs I got, for the first 3/4 of the video, it was awesome. I mean,
yeah, that was definitely new record potential. That video.
It was, and then of course, I continued to play, and I ended up getting grabbed and smacked around like a bitch, and finally, ended with just like a very little bit of health. But there for a while, I mean, I was on a good pace. So understanding the different swipes, because he swipes, and sometimes his swipes will miss you overhead depending on how they're coming, but sometimes they won't, and you have to really know what that pattern is. But again, you don't want to use elixirs if you even have any. Some of these I don't even know if you have them or not.
You can do in this one.
Yeah, but I think understanding the pattern to break at least 900,000 or a little bit more is. But killing yourself to reach Godfather score is again, I think that's all about speed at that point. And
yeah, it's all speed. Speed. That's
and,
how I beat
damage.
because he added. Yeah, side note, John just said I didn't break 1 million on it, but whatever.
Hey, yeah, come on now. If you're gonna put a score up, at least make it a flat million. Come on now.
Right. Yeah.
So this next one right here, you make it look so easy. Both of y'all do. And
that's all, though. I'm not gonna lie, though.
Mission.
That's all on JTB showing the strat. I just checked the strat, and then I noticed, the extra one that he was getting UT with the chuck, like going over their head and such. And I didn't even think about that, to be honest. So
well, I'm going to talk about. Let's talk about that
you.
after. So the average was 700 for me, and so I've got 705, and I was done. But go ahead and talk about the strats now to see what the difference is.
Well, it's JTB that kind of came up with the strat. That's how he beat randomize at first. Because I was doing like a null strat, and that's the same thing, with the Battlefield of the Abyss 2, where I was just, scratching my head like, what the hell is happening in here?
Right.
What is being done? And I couldn't figure it out. And then when I saw JTB strat, it's straight up, that's what randomized was using back then, guaranteed. But that's the thing. Did he ever share that strategy? That was the only problem with this, is that did he ever share that with anyone, or he just kept it to himself and like expected people to find that stuff? Because
I don't remember that one. No, because I remember when I thought, because that was one of those. It was a happy accident because that was when I was going for 55 million. And I thought, I was just kind of going through all the missions and thinking, okay, maybe, can I get some points here? Can I get some points here? And I was doing that mission, and I was trying to farm Doku with the nunchucks. And I hit this samurai, and Doku killed him like before the UT killed him. And at first I thought, oh no, I need my UT essence. But I thought, wait, he's gonna respawn. And I thought. That's like how that's how I got the idea. Like, it was just complete luck that Doku killed him, and I thought, oh wait, I can just get one samurai left and UT him over and over again and then kill him. I don't remember Randomize talking about that, but I mean that's the downside, I think, now, especially of the old forum no longer being around. Like, my memory's not that good. Like, we could go and check that mission mode thread if we still had it, but
thanks.
I don't remember anyone mentioning
that. Yeah. And it's guaranteed that he knew that, because you cannot pass 100k in this mission if you don't do that.
Definitely.
Like back then,
that has to be what he was doing.
Guaranteed. Because my best back then on video was 763, and then when I saw you beat the score, it just like, wow, that was nice. I had the accident, but it is what it is. So yeah.
Well, the other part of that too is you gotta be able to manipulate the samurai for Doku to kill. And in order to do that, that's going to take you some time. I remember I actually got more UT points, but it took me way longer to do it, and I scored because I scored just below my average. I mean, I think I scored like 698. And it's like, man, I got more UTs than the last time. What's going on here? But then the next one, I did it in a faster time, and once I get it, I said, you know what, I'm done. Because then you still got to face that berserker. And
and that's not free. Like, they can catch you out if if they're on point. And I think So with the time as well, it's I know we've mentioned this before, but it's a UT is worth 50 seconds in mission mode. So you can't, if it's taking you a minute to get a UT, that UT is actually not worth the time it took you to get it. So it's all about there's so much just sort of like arithmetic in mission mode while you're playing it. You really do have to keep an eye on the timer. You got to keep an eye on your essence. You got to keep an eye on your enemies, your kills. There's so much that you need to keep track of to really max out a mission.
Well, I think this is one of the missions. Again, you don't need to use elixirs or ninpo, and
I agree
to go on that. So this one right here, I'd actually had the record for a long time on video, and then somebody had to smack me down. but really, that video was it wasn't very good compared to what's known now. It was done 15 years ago, but the average on this is 841, and it all comes down to really
it's an annoying mission.
Yeah, well, I think you did it great because you want to always absorb if possible, or
the black cat.
The black cat, and I think I just did it to do it. I didn't prioritize essence whenever I made these videos as much as I should have, and but like JTB said, essence is worth a lot, and if you can prioritize that and getting the higher values of the essence, so what if you get a couple UTs less? It's not going to hurt your score. I mean, obviously it would help to get those extra UTs, but if you don't, it's not the end of the world if you got the essence. So finding that balance is key. But yeah, Godfather, you really had to pick this apart.
It's super annoying because you have to kind of bait Jotunfrau to killing the cats too to get the those UT and all, and sometimes he doesn't cooperate too much. He hits like a truck too, so it's an annoying one because, as you said, you want to get all the black cat and those wave, but that's easier said than done. And then you have also to try to get those one hit chuck you, well, not one hit, but the early part of the combo so that you don't hit with the last string of it, and all of that is just super tricky overall.
That last hit of the chucks is worth at least 2 or 3 single hits.
It is.
Yeah.
It is.
So I think but I don't think this is as hard as maybe a couple of the other missions once you understand his pattern. And
going for the average though shouldn't be too bad in this one, I guess. But going for high score, it's pretty annoying.
Right.
Yeah, I'd say on it, the boss in that mission is the cat fiends. It's not Jotunfrau.
Yeah.
It's one. If you've got 4 cat fiends out, and it can happen. It's rare, but it can happen. You can get. I think it's common knowledge now. Like their flying swallow, if it hits you high enough in your jump arc, you'll get hit twice, and sometimes even 3 times. You can quite literally get hit by like 6 flying swallows, but you only get hit twice, and that is your entire life bar.
And if you're next to the wall, forget about it.
It's that's a super common thing with cat fiends. Is that flying swallow hitting you multiple times, and you think, oh, I'm fine, I've got tons of health, and just one flying swallow, and you think, that was half my life bar.
Well, also another part of this mission is learning the distance that you need to be, because I like to kind of get them running at me and then jump and do like an on-landing Y and then release it and let it slide back through them, and then I can usually
that's a good one.
Pick them up to a Zuna drop. But if they're a little close and you try to jump an on-landing Y, they're going to flying swallow you every time. It's like the game knows when you're going to do like an on-landing Y. And, so you just have to be careful of that. And then, of course, they flying swallow through you, breaks your guard. The other ones jump through you and wring your neck, and then you're throwing your controller because you're dead. It's like, what happened?
So this, pretty frustrating though. Very frustrating mission.
And this next one right here is a big shout out to the high score for being up as long as it has for Yebyosh, however people want to call him.
I didn't even want to do that one because of that.
Oh yeah,
because I think I took the other one and I was just thinking like he still has the high score for it. Like, do I really want to go beat that? Like, he still has his name there, you know.
Well, the average on this is 940, and
That's a hard one too, though. It's super hard.
Oh, it is. Yeah, that one. I think that might be the ultimate mission where you can literally get to the final minion kill and think this is going great. One
boom.
arrow, and you're dead. Like one arrow can kill you in that mission so easily.
yeah,
It is a brutal mission to farm,
yeah.
and you also need Schmorgan to cooperate. I remember the first time. It's a funny little story. The first time I ever calm around that mission, this was years ago. I didn't know about the whole 999. You get 0 points on karma, so I spent ages getting all 50 UTs, killed all the zombies, played it super safe, and I thought, oh, this is going to be a great score, and it literally flashes up 0, and I thought, what? Like, what?
oh man,
Oh my god!
I would have loved to have seen your face at that point.
Yes, that would have been priceless.
Yeah. So that's one of those missions where and Schmorgan can just kind of horse around for like a minute straight, and you don't get any UTs.
Yeah, the shockwave spam and such.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like that's a
super
reset. It's but the worst is when you get shot by an arrow though. Like you can get shot by an arrow and like Ryu hits the wall, and then Schmorgan will like flame war you into the lava, and then you get shot again in midair, and then you're dead.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's
I mean,
just
I
crazy.
from that in speedrun, like I go in the lava, he goes one fireball, bounce, shockwave, bounce into the lava, dead. It's that fast, So yeah,
This
pretty annoying.
This is one of those missions where you start out with not having any elixirs, and there's 4 in there, so you definitely want to pick them up. And I will say, if you can get all 50 of your UTs and you need to use 1 elixir, maybe 2, it's not the end of the world.
Isn't there elixir around, I think, on top in this one?
Yeah,
Or
there's
I'm
2 on top and 2 on the
Yeah.
bottom.
Okay, so there you go.
Yeah, there's 4 in total in that mission.
So you can use some, I think, because you're maxed, right, at a certain number. So
Well,
is it like Battlefield of the Abyss? Too?
No,
I know
no.
that there's an extra. So there's no extra.
There's
But you can use some regardless. All right.
if you want to. I mean, of course it would hurt your points, but if you sat there and you're at the last part, you've already killed all 16 archers, and sometimes you
You're
get
low.
hit by a wing flap and you have just a sliver of health, I would throw in an elixir if you just wanted to get it done. Because I think, like I said, the average was like 940. I already forgot what 940. So, I got, a little over 1 million on that. And, if you had to use 1, it wouldn't be the end of the world. How much would that cost you, JTB, if you used 1 or 2?
Well, a small elixir, 1 small is worth 25k.
Right.
End game.
Right.
So if you think of that,
pretty
like
substantial, right? So
yeah,
like maybe 50, 75k. You lose.
yeah, 1 elixir. 1 elixir, if you could think about it, 1 elixir is worth 2 UTs. End game karma.
Right.
So if you used an elixir, but then you stayed alive long enough to get like an extra 5-6 UTs, like you're actually up on points.
Right.
Versus just the raw value of that elixir.
And I think this is like one of the first missions that, going back to what I said, you have to do this, no elixirs. You have to farm this, and this is probably the first example of, no, I can get the majority of them. Maybe, I think you should have enough time if he cooperates to get all 50 UTs. But if you had to use a couple of elixirs, it definitely wouldn't be the end of the world and your overall score.
No, not at all. One thing also on this mission you can do, if you just want to farm Schmorgan and grab your elixirs, you can kill the 2 archers, but only kill the archers on the top platforms.
Yeah,
and if they
top,
respawn underneath, and if you go on the middle platform, they can no longer shoot you. So you could burn all 4 elixirs doing that, but then if you got all 50 UTs, you'd still be way up on points.
And you could also, after that happens too, I thought about doing this, farming him, kill the first 2, and then just farm him until after the last wave would come out. And then if you drop down, you could probably dob a UT and then kill them pretty fast, versus I like to single them out, each time they come out. But if you could save them all to last and to where they're all spawning,
dispatch them after,
you know. So I don't know if that strat has been fully explored. I mean, it's something I'm not going to do, but
I mean,
Godfather's in the stream.
I might at some point.
Yeah,
I might. I mean, yeah, because I didn't farm that mission, so I mean, I might. There's a lot of mission I didn't. You know, Path of Master Ninja 1 I didn't do. I didn't do the third one. Didn't do the fourth.
Well, you're not at 50 yet. So
no, I'm at 47. There's a lot of mission that I haven't farmed. You know. A lot of mission that are left over,
And that's what I'm not, of course, I'm not disparaging you at all, but you look at all the high score he has, and he's still not at 50 million. So it's, you know, you can't just be excellent. I'm not talking you as in Godfather, but I mean players in general. You can't just be good at a few certain missions and still expect to break 50. You know, you're going to have experience and understanding, you know, which ones are easier. And I think this one goes, hey, you know, if you have to use a couple of elixirs to keep some sanity on something like this, go ahead at the end of the day.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to burn yourself out. Like, I mean, this is the second row, you know,
right?
So
Yeah.
Start burning yourself out there. The road is going to be long moving forward.
So again, congratulations to Yebyosh.
Yeah, really good score.
I tell you what, he was so smart, and he came up with a mission mode sheet that you went through every mission, and he wanted input from different players. And I bring this up, and I know it's people get tired of me, but it was lost at IW's, and I think that was one of the main information items that if that was
his Essence FAQ is still on Game Factor.
Oh yeah, his Essence is, but I think the mission mode strategies, because remember this was, you know, he made this before a lot of the videos came out.
Yeah, this was before the mission mode thread.
Yeah.
Before the mission mode video thread, yeah.
And so that could still be useful today, because not only did he take the advice from everybody else and he put his information in there, he had the skill to show what he was doing. He actually made a video of this that he recorded from his TV. No, it was the Hydrocubus. It was the Hydrocubus he made from him showing from his TV. And I'm not sure X Factor Hates You might have that video on his YouTube channel. And again, people, if they have never seen X Factor Hates You's channel, he has a lot of the old videos from back in the day. Not Anywhere What Was Lost, but there are some good players in there that people have forgotten. So, but moving forward, this right here, Kel has the high score, and I think he was just kind of doing clips and only caught like the last 2 minutes of it before he fully made videos. But Weeble's high score has stood the test of time, and if you watch his videos, you can see that from Sneh's channel, Boss Sneh, and it's also on the site, a link from the site. But he wasn't able to collect all the essence from the ghost fish at the very end, or he would have broke 1-6, I bet. You know?
Yeah, I think it's definitely possible. That mission, there's another funny story about that one. Because I think I had the highest score on video for a while before Weeble. But at the end of my run, I killed the entire last wave of Ghostfish with a UT, with a combo, like with a high combo. But then if you do that, the mission ends before you can collect any essence. And I was so mad because you have to leave one enemy alive to get that.
And that's what Weeble did. I don't know if he used the flails, but I think Kel uses the Warhammer to where it didn't kill everybody. But
and the UT'd fish essence, because there's 15 fish, per wave, and if you kill all 60 fish, in one combo, those essence orbs are worth a ton of points at the end of that string. But if you kill all of them, obviously you can't actually collect all that money. So that's it's just one of those things, really. That's one of those things that haunts my mission mode, mission mode history.
Well, the average was 1,386,000, and I think what I'm going to do after this is I'm going to go back through and add the average that I had on these slides before I make the video, just so people can see those as well, just in case I forget to bring that up reading it out. But But anyway, yeah, this is going back and forth, trying to get single hit UTs on the wasps and on the pill bugs. And
wasn't there even bats at the beginning?
Yeah,
I think, right?
in
There
the
is,
bats,
yeah.
So you kind of want to get
Because
that.
you can actually get you can single out bats like quite easily in that mission. Well, I say quite easily, but it's once you know how to do it, it's fairly straightforward. But and I think I want to say there's at least 12 bats in that mission, so you can get 12 UTs without actually killing a single enemy. Yeah.
Pretty nice.
But it's harder than it seems because it's a small area. If you, if your roll jumps are good, or your positioning, or maybe not even jumps, but running into a wall. If you get too close to a wall where those back chest is, then it's hard to rotate your camera because you're so close to the wall.
The camera tilts in the corner.
Yeah. Or if you try to miss the wall by like maybe throwing a shuriken, hey, I'm not going to worry about this. I'm going to use my shurikens as positions. Well, you might kill a couple bats, which hurts you. Or if you'd already got a couple hits on a beetle and one of those shurikens hit it, it's potentially possible it could kill a beetle. And there's a UT lost. So you can see the difference on my score. I mean, 130,000. And I struggled with that. So it's all about positioning.
You still got over the average by a good bit, so you were good on that, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right, I forgot.
Getting juggled by pill bugs is the worst in that mission.
Oh yeah.
It's, if you jump, if you have a lazy jump and you hit like the archways that have got those like extended float boxes to where Ryu doesn't land straight away, they can just jump and hit you and hit you and hit you. Like, literally over
and they do nuclear damage too.
They do. Yeah, never underestimate pill bugs. They will kill you way faster than you think they can.
Every time.
It's gonna take a 10-second bathroom break, but continue. I'll be right back.
Okay. So going on to the next Abysmal Lair 2, my average, the average on that is 836. Man, yeah, I didn't beat that by much, and you can see Kel's is a lot higher than mine, and I think this all comes down to positioning of where you're going to release your nunchuck UT, and I fully didn't understand that positioning. So I think I was doing more hits on the worm because I think you can release it and get like one hit and then he'll back away. But if your positioning is a little bad, you can hit him multiple times, which does a lot of damage.
Yeah, exactly. So I think it's when he does his where he kind of just slams his face into the floor. If you time it when he comes up, you can hit him just once or twice. But if you're even a split second too early, you'll actually pin him to the floor still, and then the flurry of the UT will hit him.
Yeah, and it's also the same thing with the individual enemies. If they spawn out and you kill 6 enemies, I don't know if on the screen it shows the beetles. It shows 6 or 8 wasps out there, or 6 or 7 wasps. But there are beetles in this mission too. And
I think you get is it 2 of each or 3 of each on each wave?
I think it's 3 of each. It has been a long time.
I think it's tree. It's tree.
And so again, if you're killing 4 or 5 of those guys, that's going to hurt you. But if you wait a little too long, and because of where you are positioned, and the beetle's kind of off screen by the stairs or whatever it is that leads down into that room, or whatever it is, it looks like there's or by the doorway. I don't know if it's stairs or not, but if you can't see the beetle and he flips on you and then lands into the wall or whatever, your run's over pretty much.
Side note, I want to point out something that I don't know if you guys know, because I just noticed. I went to check the video of Kill for that mission, and there's a comment from a guy that's called Bones, and he said, I used to have the world record in this mission, but when Ivory and NG Realm was the place to be for this game. Can't remember my exact score, but I thought it was closer to 1 million than that. You should be able to maximize this hit on the worm a little better instead of getting the full combo hit. You time it to let the last hit the worm. He's explaining that to Kel, by the way.
Yeah.
I don't think I don't remember anybody like that. And
oh, that's what he said in the comment. Like again, when I see someone really trying to explain the karma to someone like Kel, I just have a little laugh. But I mean, it's all right, I guess. You don't really know who you're talking to.
Right.
But
right. Well, here's something too that I should have brought up. We for the people who out there listen to this, we kind of have an idea of what we want to talk about, but sometimes it's not until we get into it that we realize some other points. And here's one of the points that I want to make. Where I got these scores from, the high score and the video high score, these are all from the NG Realm thread. And all those were imported from Ninja Archives. And while Iberian Warrior's site was still up, and they made Ninja Archives, Dark Kazuki made that, the high scores from Iberians were imported to Ninja Archives. So these scores have been updated from, back in 2015 or 16, whenever this started, the mission mode score was kept track of over at Iberian Warrior site. So for that guy to come and say, if he was a part of that site, his score would have been up there, because you'll see randomized.
Exactly.
Randomized is still up there. YebYosh is still up there. SNES still up there. Weeble 760 still up there. So there are OG players that are still on this list. So this list goes back a long way. So everything that I have right now is what's currently on the site. The only thing that I changed a little bit, I put Kel, K-E-L-L, instead of K-E-L-L-L, which was his old channel. JTB, I spelled out the J, or JayTB123 versus the other way.
Thank you to whoever took that name on every platform.
Yeah. Ryu Hayabusa.
By the way, there's 4. I just checked. There's 4. Works like was two beetles in that mission.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
For wave, yeah.
And
Ryu Hayabusa.
Yeah, Ryu. He kept his name in lowercase, and Sned kept his name in lowercase. So that's how I put it on here. So I kept everything old the same as it was, and if anything had been updated, I put the updated score or the name that we knew about in terms of spelling. So I should have said all this at the very beginning, but yeah, all of this goes back for 16 years.
Yep.
So it's not like anything could have been misplaced or whatever.
No, but that's why when I saw a comment like that, it just makes me laugh. I had to share with you.
Oh yeah, It's and you
I think a lot of that as well. Me and Al have talked about that, and I guess we have a bit of a reputation for debunking fake stuff, but a lot of people I think say stuff and they don't realize mission mode is actually very, very easy to reverse engineer somebody's score. So if people don't know what I mean by that, if someone says, "Oh, I got I got score X on this mission," you think, okay, well, there's X amount of points from your items, there's X amount of points from UTs, there's X amount of points from enemies, and you're way over that. How?
Your life bar and all that stuff.
Yeah, it's all worth a specific amount of points. So it's when someone does post something, or posts an image, now mission mode is so well mapped out that it's if you are
good luck cheating, good luck.
Yeah, if you are making something up, we'll know.
It's funny because now that you mentioned that, that's how Raim kind of debunked my no damage, no ninpo on Giant of the Underworld 4 when I had 15 seconds of missing footage. Mm-hmm. And he took the item and all of that, the karma that I had left on the window, and he proved that it was exactly the score, that was corresponding to having your item and your full health bar. It doesn't matter because I redid it later properly and I got a full run. But it's all this to say that if you knew enough about this, you can pretty much do the math very easily in mission mode. And if someone is trying to cheat in there, especially when they don't know what they're talking about, you're gonna spot it instantly, and they're gonna look like fools. So pretty much. Well,
again, the mission mode, who figured that out, I believe, was primarily YebYosh, and for them to figure out everything, and I think some other people helped out along the way. It was such a community effort. But we had
I had no idea when I joined Iberians how mission mode scoring worked, and I think
Oh,
I
we
was
know that with your 999 on Schmogan, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I had no idea. And then I think I had like 28 million when I first cleared everything on Master Ninja. And then I found the forum and was like, oh, like I had no idea. Like, oh, your items are worth points. Like, I had no idea.
Yeah.
And then I went back and redid everything and was like, oh, okay, this is cool, you know. And then it was all, you know, and the rest is history, I guess. Like,
Well, I
you know,
think-
Mission mode is acquired taste, but I think it's something, you know, that not a lot of people just give a shot. I think a lot of people just want to maybe clear it on Master Ninja, then after they never retouch it. But I mean, there's so much going on in mission mode, you know, because of the fact that you get scenarios in places in the story that you wouldn't fight those type of enemies. And some people might think, you know, what the fuck does it have to do with the story mode and all? Nothing, but it does help you get better as a player, though, because
Right.
you get put
mission mode is harder for sure.
yeah,
I mean,
and scenarios that you would never happen in story mode, you know. So
you think of you think of this row of missions we're talking about, for example, the worm missions in Abysmal Lair. All of them are harder than story mode. In story mode, the electric worm never has minions. The double worm combo of like one electric, one flame worm is harder than 2 electric worms. And then you have Abysmal Lair 5, which is all 3 worms at once, which you don't get in story mode.
Yeah, I think people don't understand that, and learning to fight those. That's the reason I asked. You know, I'll ask people, well, hey, what's your mission mode score? How are you doing about that? And it's not to try to put anybody down, because it's not at all. It's for you to fully appreciate the game, and if you want to get better, you need to be well-rounded. And mission mode will definitely make you more well-rounded. You know.
Yeah, it will.
Yeah, and I will say, going back and talking about the guy who's fought fake scores, or you know, scores that are cheated or glitched, or however you want to talk about it. That one guy, Games Done Quick, I think was his name, that kept kind of challenging Kel on one of the Fateful Confrontation, and then we just couldn't figure out how he was doing it, and we called him out, and called him out in the video, and said, hey, you know, if you're gonna say you're
that
part
guy that
of,
won in his high score on the leaderboard, but was just showing like the end screen of his score.
yeah.
I mean,
But
I did break that down on the forum. I don't know if anyone checked that, but yeah, like I did break that down, and it's like unless someone found like a completely, you know, groundbreaking strategy where you can get a UT, like pretty much back-to-back UTs every 10 seconds on the Kitetsu clone, which I'm pretty sure isn't possible.
yeah.
That's the only way that score is possible.
So 2 things. First of all, that guy deleted his YouTube channel.
Yes.
Yeah,
That's the first thing. And the second thing is I don't know, I really think he was using an emulator, because some of the stuff that he was mapping is not something that you know, would do in a regular run. And I mean, Slippy showed that with Emperor 2, you know? It's not someone that found the Emperor 2 by, you know, killing the Emperor 1 and then saying, hey, you know what, I'm gonna lab this every single time and I'm gonna try it. It's somebody that was, you know, reloading the part just before Emperor 2 when he was trying nonstop. And that's what I think that other guy did, that player, that's what he did. So he was probably, I think he most likely had good knowledge of the game, you know, to show some of the shortcut that he did and all of that. But it's just in 2020, 2021, like there's no excuse at this point to not be able to provide video proof, you know. So it's just, in my book, it's just sketchy, because if you have nothing to hide, like why not show it? You know, there's nothing wrong with that. Like it just takes skill. If someone can beat your score and they saw your strategy, they deserve to get it, because they have the skill to pull off that strategy, you know.
Right.
It's a bit like regarding Nightmarish Phantasm 3. Like if JTB would have said like, dude, didn't beat my score, you stole my strat, but it's not how it works. Like yes, I did say I give you credit for the strat, because I would have never done it without that strat, but in the end, after, like, I was able, you know, to pull it off and put enough time to do it. So that's just on me, that putting the effort to reach that, you know.
Well, that's
not and that mission's like not easy. You know, it's easy to say, oh, like you just took like, you know, you just took my tech or something. It's like, well, yeah, but they still have to actually do it.
Yeah. And that's the thing on all of this. You know, at the end of the day, even though there's 58 million in score on video, you still have to do it. I mean, you still have to break 50 million. You know, you're not going to be able to use elixirs in every single thing and use ninpo and break 50 million. You know, it's just not going to happen. So
it's not going to happen.
I think, hopefully, you know, let's get back on track. We love to do this, everyone. So I hope people appreciate all of the insight and knowledge, and I hope it helps. And I hope it, you know, oh, y'all are just rambling. Hey, you know what? We're rambling with good information. Kind of like what I'm doing right now. Okay, so positioning on Abysmal Layer 2 is important. When to release your UTs, like we've talked about. And I will say on one final thing, people can go back and watch my video and then watch Kel's video or Godfather's video or JTB's or whatever, and you can see the examples of what we're talking about. And if, oh, you know, I really don't understand that. Well, if you can compare the two, like I always say, my videos are to show people what not to do, and y'all's videos are to show people what to do. So between that, I think people will do very well. So Abysmal Layer 3, this one right here.
It's a shame you didn't get it on video, though. That one would have loved to see. I know it's just a little bit more, you know, but yeah, you couldn't capture it, I think.
You know what I think that is I think when the brown imps come out, I think he might have got a cut. Yeah, I don't think anybody has fully understood that. So to start off on this mission, a lot of it is going back and forth, and you know, getting gleaming blade hits, and again the timing, understanding, rotating the camera, having an idea of where the enemies are. And you know, trying to position yourself, so you almost got to kind of have eyes in the back of your head. And,
yeah, you do. On that note, though, that's something that I didn't realize until this is a tangential, but trust me, is until I started playing with headphones, because I remember way back on the Iberians forum, Yebios actually posted about he used to play with surround sound, you know, like a full surround sound setup. And he said that's what made farming NP2 like so much easier, because when an enemy or an imp spawned like behind him, he could hear it. Like you would hear it in his speaker. And that's something you can do in this game in general. I talked about it today on my stream. If you play with headphones on and an enemy spawns like, you know, behind you and to the left, you can hear that like very clearly in your headphones. Whereas if you're just playing with like, you know, your TV speakers, you're not really going to hear like where the enemy is.
Yeah, so you're not getting all the information.
Yeah, for sure. That is something to really keep in mind. Like, play with headphones, and you can actually hear where stuff spawns like way easier.
Most important thing though in that mission is Murama's standing in that
yeah, if you look through the gate, the little bar is Muramas is just sitting there, and you can actually shoot him with exploding arrows. I think I showed that in my next video.
He gives you essence, right?
Yeah, he gives you a blue essence, but the thing is when you try to zoom in, your bow wants to target. If there's an ogre or an imp close by, you know, Ryu wants to spin around and target them. So I don't think trying to use that strategy is, because by the time you get down there, focus, turn, and all that stuff, you could have charged.
Maybe last wave, you know, when you're fighting ogres alone and you get them far enough, you could maybe like little smoke bomb and then go for that little shoot of an arrow, you know. And,
it's
I don't know, because I know, you know, the we're not here yet, but you know, the other one where you can shoot a certain someone also that drops blue, so it's interesting.
We'll definitely talk about that. And I think my average on this was, let's see, 1,211,000. So I know it could have been done better. I mean, again, I miss out on 120,000 points compared to Kel, and it's those brown imps in the middle that spawn, because I don't know, is it a certain time, is it a certain amount of enemies, is a little of both?
I feel like it's time, but is it really though? I feel like it was both. Time.
It is a bit of both, because I think the highest I've ever seen kills on that was an old speedrun I was playing that on, but I was ETing through them, you know, because it's faster, and I think I got up to 32 kills.
Wow.
Like, and I was just ETing, and I was like, "What? Like, why aren't you like spawning the ogres now?"
So, right. Well, you definitely don't want to do that though, or could you?
Oh no, I mean, You wouldn't want to ET them, no. But I mean, if you can get Warhammer, because like sometimes one Warhammer UT can knock out like 4 imps.
Yeah.
If you could get like 3 or 4 of them back to back, I mean, that is like mostly I think people tend to end on like 23, 24, 25, 26 is like the absolute top tier of kills. But if you're getting into the 30s, that's a ton more points.
Yeah, because
that's
I don't think Kel even did that.
in his video I scored got 28 total.
Yeah.
So that's something to keep in mind. It's
and I got 23 or 24.
Yeah, if you had Inazuma, you could try Inazuma and like just pray for a red. If you get
God, boy, getting to that point. But really, the last part of it, the last 3 ogres, that's kind of a 50-50 mission.
Yeah, like honestly, the farming part of that mission's not that difficult once you know those enemies super well. It's like everything in the game. You know, you're always going to be taking a risk at some point.
Well, again, no elixirs, no ninpo on this one. Obviously, just like pretty much all this row, you don't want to use elixirs or ninpo. Maybe on the fish if you got grabbed and didn't want to die after all the farming, but pray you get a red to refill that.
You don't have elixirs in that mission, so if you do get grabbed there, and because there's 15 fish, if you get grabbed, unless you're at full health, you are basically dead.
Yeah.
At the end of that mission. So I think that's why that mission is so intimidating to farm, because like Gleaming Blade farming is not easy. Like you really have to understand that UT animation, and if you get all the way to the fish, and like your health bar just evaporates if they latch onto you at the end of that mission.
And the other part of that too is you don't want to mess up or whiff your UT. The timing on releasing your UT on the ghost fish is I've whiffed it and missed everybody, and then they all grabbed a hold of me or something, and then I died. It's like, man, 10 minutes of farming down the tubes in 5 seconds. So, okay, so moving forward again on Abysmal Lair 3, positioning, rotating the camera is, but this is definitely one you could get 45 to 50 UTs on.
Definitely.
Yeah.
And also, we forgot to mention actually, make sure you collect the UT'd Ogre's Essence.
With the benediction.
Don't use that for a UT. Yeah. Like actually pick that up. It's worth a lot of money.
Well, it's interesting. I mean, you say that, and you almost think that at this point it's a duh moment, but you know what? I've had plenty of duh moments while I've been playing. So any information or any, hey, remind me again, I think can only be helpful. And because the one time you don't think about it is the one time you're really going to mess it up. Or, I'm not going to forget about this. I'm too good of a player. And then all of a sudden it's like, wait a minute, what just happened? So.
I forget. Speaking as someone who forgets things all the time, I can tell you that's not true.
So, going to this next video, I had a really bad score on this at first because I didn't understand the pattern. And then once I started trying to understand it, well, then I got my average. And the average on this is 803. So once I kind of figured it out a little bit better, but obviously I missed a lot of points on this. The timing and the positioning. Godfather, why don't you talk a little bit about this? I'm going to step away for a bit and just talk about especially the new strat that you found to push this score over 1,000,000 points. So I'll be back in a second, guys.
All right, no problem. Okay, so what happened with this mission? It was a little bit of a back and forth with Kel actually, and if I remember, I'm not sure who have found the Lunar wanted to UT on these guys, because if you place yourself on the left side for the electric worm, you can pretty much get the one-hit Lunar UT, and you can kind of milk out a lot of points from that. But the thing that I found that actually changed this mission, if you want, in the score, and I could probably get an even better score, but it always goes with the pattern that the worm gives you, and is that if you bait the pill bugs, you leave one pill bugs alive after you dispatch the fire worm, because you kind of want to dispatch them first. And when you do that, you want to bait the pill bug to jump, in the puddle of water. And if you stay far back to this area, the pill bug will just, run in kind of like that invisible barrier in the water where he cannot reach you, and the only way for them to jump is if you roll close to them, then they're going to attack mode and they get back on the platform. But if you stay like far back in a certain position and you keep the pillbugs in the middle, just constantly running in the wall, you can pretty much release, Lunar UT and do one hit, because as you get closer to him, that's when they'll go for the jump, and that, coincide. That was a dumb mistake because I think I did it randomly, and I was just thinking to myself, like, how the hell did I get a one-hit Lunar UT on that pillbugs? And then I was letting, the worm kill him after, and then repeating the same thing, and then that gave me the idea, we need to kind of do that with the pillbugs here if we want to maximize the score, because they will never die from a one-hit Lunar UT. They will die from a second one, but then they're so low on health that any swipe from the worm or projectile will pretty much kill them. And that was, that's how the strat was found, because it was a little bit of a back and forth with me and Kel on that one, and on the next one, like I think he beat me, I beat him, then he repeat me, and then I repeat the score after. It was cool. It was fun. I never thought I would have actually competition in mission mode, going at it with score in 2020 of this game, but was a fun time. Fun time. Mission though super frustrating. When I recheck my run, I finished. I had 0 health. I don't even see. I don't even see it. I think that's the lowest your health bar can be in that mission. I have 1 HP. I think when I finish.
Wow.
Yeah, that's actually an interesting point about this game. If anyone's familiar with the term like magic pixel, you hear that in like fighting games a lot. In this game, it is invisible. You can have an empty health bar, but you're actually alive. And you can't see it.
That's what I had. That's what I had in this mission. It's pretty
that caught me out today on on my run, funnily enough.
Well, it can.
That's
this
the best for the UF, right? The lowest you can be.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's great. Yeah, because as far as I know, it doesn't actually affect the damage, but it's still pretty cool. Like when you actually have like a completely empty health bar, I think you just feel more powerful with UF, because you're like, I have no health.
So it's guaranteed I'm flashing red at that point. You don't even see the red or anything in the bar.
Yeah.
Well, going forward to the next mission, I'm sure y'all touched on everything, and the worms. It's I think.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I did say I'm not sure who came up with the Lunar one hit on the worm on the side, but that did help out a lot. I'm not sure who came up with that though.
Yeah, that's that's almost kind of the bad thing about replacing some of these old scores, because if I go back and look at so this is what Abysmal Lair 4. You're looking at like Edge 759, Platinum 845, Trent Steel 805, Snet 867, Joe Hayabusan 774, and Scrapmo 767. I mean, obviously that strat wasn't as apparent back then than it is now. So kudos to whoever came up with that strat. Wow, this is like one of the first strats we don't realize who came up with.
I don't know. I could be wrong, but I think it's Kel that came up with that.
Oh, well, that doesn't surprise me.
I don't remember seeing it before Kel. No,
I think it's Kel that came up with that. I'm not taking credit for it because that's not me who found that at all. I can say I saw it, and then after I pretty much like replicate the strat, but I did not find this strat.
I think at the end of the day, when we all talk about strats and who gets credit for what and all that stuff, as long as people don't blatantly say, I came up with this, especially when there's evidence or other witnesses out there saying, hey, no, you didn't. But
it's funny though, because look, you see, like for the longest time, everyone like Unwary thought that he came up with the Inferno on the Horseman, for the longest time. And then I found that whole Edge video recently that I don't know, like people probably didn't, remember any of that, and then we see that it was there already, So I don't think Unwary did it in that sense that he wanted to.
He didn't.
Took the stride, but it turns out that it ended up being that a little bit, for the Hydrocubus strat with the delimbing in a speed run, when I charge in the middle, that I thought I kind of came up with that from Karma. But then when I checked the whole Josh Mankini's run from 2006, he was trying to go for it. Mind you, he didn't hit any tentacle, but he was going for that. So I thought I came up with that, and I did not, you know. So it's that thing that when you get proven wrong, I mean, I like to see that, you know.
Yeah. Well,
it's good because you know what really happened, and it's not about taking credit for something, you know, that you're not 100% sure that you actually did yourself. So.
Right. Well, the strats are out there to be shared and learned from.
Yep.
But in terms of who did it, I think, you know, giving credit where credit is due, you know, if it really is important. But at the end of the day, what's more important is, hey, here's this strategy. You know, how can you improve your game or get better? And that's on all of it. But yeah, people say, no, I did this. And it's like, well, you know, it shows Kiori did this. You know, it's here it is a long time ago. It's I think it gets a little blown out of proportion. But, you know, credit where credit is due. There's a reason that's a saying.
Yep.
So going forward to the next one, I really disliked this mission at first. You know, whenever it first came out, it's like, oh my God, it's so impossible. But really the key on that is killing one of the worms without damaging the other worms a lot. Yep. If you want to really get your score. And it's the same with the other mission too.
The most important thing here really is you don't want to damage the left worm at all. So if you can dispatch, you know, the fire worm first, then that's good. But and then of course, you know, you want to kill every worm with a UT. That's guaranteed. That's super important, especially for the first two, because you cannot get the essence for the third one anyway.
Right.
But having, you know, those essence for that makes a huge difference, and then it's going to be similar-ish to the previous one too, where when the enemy will spawn, you kind of want to do the beetle trick, you know, where you lure them in the puddle. And after that, you can try to get some one-hit lunar UT on them and such. So it's pretty much the key of that mission. Well, the only thing, you know, extra is that because you got a third worm, sometimes they can get a really shitty pattern with projectile, and that's something you gotta be like aware of. But I don't know, it's not like there's much you can do if they really want to start, you know, shooting projectile all at the same time. You just kind of dodge and pray that
and reset
that you get it. Yeah, and reset. Pretty much. Yeah.
Well, the high score on this
worm in that mission is that could be a nightmare.
Well, I was going to say real quick, the average on this is 850. So again,
lots of points.
Well, yeah. Not only lots of points from what I did, because I think again that's kind of the lunar one hit was my score, but the lunar one hit and the beetle is what takes you up to Godfather's score. So if people don't want to fuss with the beetle part of it, you know, no, you can break, because I think 970, 980, because I got a couple UTs, and I think this is the one. It was either this one or the other one where Shelly started recording me because my hand fell asleep because of all the farming. And I was slapping my hand on the ground, and somebody said, why the hell would you put that in there? But I just thought it was funny that, you know, it's hey, that's part of it. I was cold and my nose was running and my hand was asleep, and you know, I'm still trying to farm this and stay focused. But I think like Godfather said, leave the left worm. Do not damage him at all. I think if you damage him, you almost you want to restart. I would say on this one.
I mean, if I was sometimes doing one ET from a Dabby, I would try to continue. But when I check the high score run, like the left worm has full health, so I think that's super important to reach the 50 UTs in there.
Yeah, I think on my Abysmal Lair 4, I think I got 2 full UT hits on the left worm, and is another reason why my score is so low. Because what did we say it was, JTB? It's like 4 single hit UTs is 1 UT hit on the worm. So you're missing out on 4 UTs, possibly 5.
Yep. Yeah, if you're using the Luna,
Yeah, so you might as well forget about, so that's what, 25,000, or I mean 12,500 each times 4. You know, there's 50,000 points that you
it's the same with Path of the Master Ninja 3. You know, if you mess up a UT on Masakado and like your entire lunar UT hits him, like you kind of want to restart, really. You know, like
because he's close to being dead.
Yeah, and you've literally just burned 50k, you know, for one UT.
Yeah, and it's the same on these worms, especially these worms, because you may start to release your UT, then all of a sudden the guy decides to swipe. That you don't know he's going to swipe at first. So it's this is a potential high points, but also the damage is high. This might take a little more resets, but I think once you get the pattern down, I think 900s, 950s, is a good
Achievable.
score. Yeah, and then if you feel comfortable with the lunar, and the thing about doing Godfather's strategy with the beetle, just kill if you want to practice that, just kill one of the worms really fast. Don't worry about score, just so you can practice on the beetle trick. And then once you feel comfortable with the beetle trick, start the mission over and then start your farming process from there. Because you don't want to start farming this, then get to the beetle, not know what you're doing, and then totally screw it up. Then you're going to hate the mission.
But it's what JTB does said earlier. It's like those two missions, I would say, though, from me watching it, it also has a huge impact on the time, because when sometimes, they decide to spam more projectile, there's not much you can do against that. And because on Master Ninja, they shoot more, you're losing like a shit ton of point potential there. So that's why I remember not, because I know technically could probably be pushed further than that, because I just checked and I don't get the 50 UTs on that one. I get to like 233 karma total, and I get this. But I remember thinking, I'm never going for 50 UT there, because it's totally depending on their pattern, and they're just total bitch sometimes. They will not cooperate, and the worst are the one where you see that, and I don't know what happened. The one where you charge for full UT, and then the head comes out, it does a movement, you release, and then he just decides to go back in his hole and do nothing.
Right.
That is super frustrating, and I'm not sure, like, you lose a lot of time, and then often when he does that, he comes back out and he goes into projectile right away.
Yeah.
So it's very, very odd, I think, but yeah.
Well, here comes the second most fun row, maybe coming up. Right here, the military destruction row. It has to be my least favorite of all of the rows.
Are rough.
Yeah, it's not. But the average on this on military destruction is 471. I mean, scrap.
On this one.
Yeah. This is not a lot of points at all, and you really have to understand Dynamo's pattern. And this is also, there's one with in the back corner, there has an elixir that you have to pick up.
Yep.
But this I wouldn't worry about too much. I think what I did is I tried to on landing Gleaming Blade to take his health down to where all the enemies would kind of spawn back to back to back, and then go from there. But
for the score, you kind of need to get that cheeky ET charge at the beginning, which you don't always get at all there. So
I never could get it.
Yeah, the timing on it's super strict. It's the same in MD4. It's and it's not guaranteed, that the enemies can spawn right next to you sometimes. But the Dynamo, the key to that mission, to getting that score, is you really need to know how to manipulate Dynamo into going for his grabs and his swipes and that. Because otherwise he'll just shoot at you constantly.
Yeah.
Yep. You need to get close enough, go for the wind path over the soldier's head, and get full UTs and such. I remember trying to go for that, and I had done, I think, 505 or something. I got close. I could not get the ET at the beginning, and I just thought it's not that big of a score difference.
Right. Yeah, this is definitely one that's not worth it.
I remember I didn't go for it because of that. Didn't bother.
Yeah. So this one went by fast. This one right here is a whole different beast. And Military Destruction 2, the average on this was 598. And so anytime you broke 500,000 back in the day, or even today, It's,
was it 598 or 498?
I mean, excuse me, 498.
Yeah,
498. Yeah, good capture.
I thought that was higher than the score back then. I was thinking, damn, people were beasts. 598 back then.
Well, remember that how I showed those scores at the beginning? You're like, oh, I can't read that. Well, I took that's the printout that I'm looking at right here. So these scores are super duper small, for me. So 498 was the average on that. So anything above 500 was considered, hey, you did okay. And I got that, and then that was it. But unless you're a beast like Godfather and SNE in understanding, because there is a pattern to farming him that Godfather shows very well. This is one of those missions, hey, if I use a few of my elixirs to just get through and I score 300,000, that's fine. I could care less about that. I mean, that's my opinion. What about you guys?
I feel the same. Probably not the mission that's worth trying to go for a high score. You're not gaining that much from here, so
yeah,
and you'll lose your sanity there. So pretty much.
Yeah, that too as well. And I think just straight up no item, no nimpoing that is totally fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, true. It's true that
100%. Now, the keys to this. I think what really hurt me, I had a couple good run, but I try to stay closer to the explosive arrow box versus the core box. You could use explosive arrows the whole time, but you can, once you understand that the gunner's going to go down, and after, the tank shoots its blast, you can shoot a couple of core arrows. But switching back and forth could mess up people's kind of rhythm of it. And also, there was an invisible barrier that I ran into where I got blasted. So understanding that to the
and they're the side of both boxes.
Yeah. So be aware of that. But I think using that for cover, and I actually used the Armlet of the Moon for this mission for the first time I think ever. And when I go back and look at my video, if it wasn't for that Armlet of the Moon, I would have lost my health and probably not finished it. So that was keep your.
It's a very hard mission. The other thing that I found out though in the tank, I don't know if you fully checked the run. Even I do it even in the no damage run of this. I noticed that when you're far enough of the tank, if you like roll jump left and right to where the gunner shoot rather than dodge in all the direction. Well, it's a lot easier to constantly dodge it. Like there's an actual pattern to this,
Right.
And I don't know how many people kind of paid attention to that and realized what was going on in there. But there's definitely a pattern, So if someone would say, the tank doesn't have any specific pattern or anything.
Oh, it does. You showed it in your karma video.
But it does. It clearly does. And there's a timing for when the gunners come back. The rotation of the cannon, all of this. Yes, there's a lot of, randomness into it, or chances, as I say, because the pattern can shift depend on the turn that he takes. So if the tank itself is taking a turn, and then the cannon is placed in a certain position, sometimes it will do like a turn faster to shoot at you. So you just need to know those things, and it just takes a whole lot of, playing that mission nonstop pretty much.
Well, the other side of that too is the cannon blast, and there's a certain. It's not like he could shoot it back to back to back. There is a specific timing, and you'll kind of get that feeling for it the more that you play. But again, I think if you can just beat this whole Master Ninja and use a couple of supplies,
I wouldn't bother with that because you'll lose I don't know, maybe 200-300k potential, but over 58, as you say, the 8 million that you can kind of play around with a little bit. I don't think it's that big of a deal in my opinion.
So I think, as well on that mission, just put me one real quick. It's kind of the elephant. That mission is hard. Just to do. Even if you're using nimpo and items, that is a hard mission because I think you only have one elixir, one great, and 2 regular.
Yeah.
And a cannon blast is half your life bar pretty much. So you can only really get hit twice by that. And because the tanks in story mode don't have minions, you're not really used to it, so it can be very tough, that one. So definitely one to not fret too much about.
Exactly. I think this is probably the most one that I would recommend to use your supplies. Just just get through it. Just do whatever you have to do to get through it and move on. And if you do anything better than that, congratulations. So this right here, JTB had the high score for a long time, and I think you just
already did an insane run. I think.
Yeah,
a really good run.
Yeah, I think he was the first one to really show a lot of the farming of the ogres, and then it goes from there. It's those strats, and I think Kel hiding around that corner by the door that you leave, I don't think was fully explored back in the day, right, JTB? It was just kind of don't worry about the berserkers at all, and just
pretty much.
Yeah, and just make sure you get your ogres, and then I showed a little strat, and again, it's not fully shown at all or explored, but over by the arrow crate that you can stand over by the corners, and depending on the angle of the ogre, they can't come around, but you can get a single hit UT on that. But I mean, that's not for me to figure out. I think the key missions on this is if you kill 2 dishes, or shoot, is it 2 dishes, and that's when the next set of enemies come out? So like
I want to say it's every 2, but
I'm not sure either.
No, I think it is every 2, because if it was every 3, there isn't enough for 4 waves of enemies. So it must be every 2. Yeah.
So you really got to pick and choose when you shoot the rocket launcher guys. I like putting a little target on my screen, which is still bad because I admit that there's a target on my screen and I still shoot bad with the bow. But if you sit there and have 2 rocket launcher guys out there, or 3 rocket launcher guys out there, and then you shoot 2 and don't kill them, and then hit 2 discs by mistakes, well, now you've got the ogres and the imps out there. Yep. And same thing, if you miss another guy again and hit another target, well, now you got zombie archers out there. And rockets.
Really annoying.
Yeah,
really annoying.
So,
and I think JTB was showing that earlier. I think in his stream to help people with the mission, but pretty much what he was showing to use the ogre to protect yourself from the rocket. You don't want to do that in a karma run, pretty much.
Yeah. Oh no, they'll take all your points. But,
that'll take all your points. But I mean, just to complete it though, that is good. Yeah. It's good to do that because
use those ogres,
good damage. Yeah.
Let them take those hits for you.
Right. And then you only get it's interesting that they've decided to put a certain amount of arrows or smoke bombs and certain missions and stuff, like on the Smogon MP5. You have like 5 exploding arrows versus 15. What made them decide to do that? Here, I think you only have 7 smoke bombs. So it's not like you could sit there and just smoke bomb your way and then kill rockets or zombies, because you still got berserkers to deal with. So maybe you want to...
Yeah, that's a good point. And also, on the subject of projectiles, I think, maybe some people don't know this, but if you use a projectile that's, got an active state, like an incendiary shuriken or a smoke bomb, if you drop a smoke bomb and then go into your item menu and change to another projectile weapon, you kind of delete that smoke bomb that you just dropped. It just disappears. Same with an incendiary shuriken. If you impale something with an incendiary, but before it explodes, you change to another projectile, that incendiary disappears. So it's not like you could smoke bomb away and then go to your arrows, but still have your smoke bomb out.
Right.
Maybe they like halfway through mission mode, they started cottoning on. Like, wait, smoke bomb's pretty good. Maybe we should. not give them so many.
Well, I forget if I said this at the beginning, but it was 868 was the average. So obviously, what Kel has done wasn't known back then, but it's not as easy. Oh, let me just run around this corner and charge up and let the berserkers come to me. Trust me, it's not that easy. I almost think that when the berserkers come out, you almost have to just stand your ground, hope that they spawn a little bit farther away from you, and you can kill the archers that are up at the top, at least 1 or 2 of them. Because if you
kill one, you can always kill one. You've got time to shoot one twice, as long as you don't miss.
Yeah,
you can definitely kill one. But I did show this earlier on stream as well. The thing that I think a lot of people might make the mistake of in this mission, when the berserkers and that are around with the archers, don't stay in the same place, because the archers will kind of laser in on you and just pommel you with arrows. keep moving. You know, like hit the berserker once and then move to a different area and hit him again and hit him again and hit him again. And then because you don't want to get guard broken by the arrow and then get launched by the berserker.
Yeah, it's and that's another one of those missions, kind of eyes in the back of your head. Because I know sometimes if you try to on landing, you think you've jumped far away from the berserker, and you try to on landing to pull your arrow out. If a berserker's closer than you think, it's not going to target up at the guys in the sky. It's going to spin around towards the berserker or whatever enemy you have out there. So it's again, this is one of those missions where if you can get through it with a fair amount of UTs and no items used, I think you're in good shape. I don't know if it's worth the frustration of farming with.
Yeah, I don't know either. I mean, and side note, unrelated, but that mission also super annoying to no damage.
Yeah,
super annoying.
Yeah, it is actually. I remember that was that was the first MD mission I did, no damage, actually, way back in the day. Yeah, because way back then, like, military destruction was kind of just universally accepted as like, these are never going to be done, no damage.
Right.
And that got me thinking, like, oh, like, really? Like, are they that hard? And then started playing them, and it's like, oh, God, yeah, they are. But let's keep doing this.
Well, we do want to say congratulations to Godfather on MD2. That was the last one.
Yep.
Nobody thought. I know Sneh got close, and didn't one other person get close, or was it just Sneh?
I think it was just Sneh. Yeah, Sneh was able to do like one tank, but and it was funny going back to like the no damage stuff. This was when it was no damage, not no damage, no ninpo. Like no damage, no ninpo versus no damage is a whole different kettle of fish.
Much harder.
Yeah,
because you get one free frame.
Like ninpo is basically a get out of jail free card in NGB because you can use it. You can cancel anything with ninpo. So if you think you're going to get hit, you can just ninpo immediately. Whereas without using ninpo, you have to be able to avoid putting yourself in those situations. Otherwise,
right,
you either get hit or you get lucky, basically.
So I think having a target on the screen, or for me, focus on the rockets guys first, and if you kill a couple satellites, just start over. I think just start over, but focus on the rocket guys. Get as many UTs as you can on the ogres, and then just kind of be aware of the positioning. Doesn't this mission have at least one black cat on it, or is it all three blue cats?
No, they're all blue.
Okay.
Yeah, I think they're all blue. Yeah.
One thing you can do on this mission, if you really want to just get through it, if you stand really far back, like all the way to the back wall, and you get the final 3 dishes down, if you keep it, if you pick your shot, so where you can have 3 dishes in a row, you can actually shoot the other 2 dishes before the berserkers get to you and just end the mission.
Yeah.
So, if you want to do that, obviously we will judge you for that, but, if you want to do it.
Well, I mean, that's what we did in the no damage. We pretty much skip everything and try to get all the dish at the beginning. So
so I don't blame you at all, yeah.
You don't have to deal with anything else, yeah.
Well, I think, proving to that point, I mean, of course we're not going to judge anybody for that. I mean, I know we're all kidding around with that. It's
Yeah.
But I think if you get a lot of good farming on the ogres and some of the imps, and then collect the essence of the cats, and
that's enough, I think.
And if you just don't feel comfortable with the berserkers, if you can still kill your archers up at the top, use your smoke bombs for that, but then kind of smoke bomb and shoot out the targets and forget the ogres, because at the end of the day, the berserkers, because at the end of the day, there's I don't think they're worth that many points for the headache, especially if you've.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, and farming berserker is like another beast, So, I don't know if anyone wants to do that. Yeah, that's the thing.
So, like, they never give you money, so.
And the other part I talked to about the average versus my score. Remember, the averages that I give out are the averages to break 50 million. So it's not people have to do what I do. But getting higher than the average allows you to, hey, I don't want to deal with farming ogres on this, or I don't want to deal with the tanks and use this stuff. So that's where all that's going to come into play. But this is, again, one of those stressful missions at the ends, that finding that balance in between. Now this next mission right here, congratulations to JTB on that.
Yeah, it was really good. I really enjoyed that mission. I never farmed it yet, but I know I'm gonna use that for when I do it. I really enjoyed that bit. It's good.
What are we having for breakfast today, Godfather?
What?
What are we having for breakfast today?
Sorry. It's because it's super late. I'm having grilled cheese right now.
Oh,
Sorry
okay.
if you guys can hear it, I'll put my mic up.
No, it's fine. You know what?
That's why I had to duck out. I was eating pizza. Just
Just a little bit, you know.
Well, that's how dedicated we are. You know, we plow through lunch.
Multitask.
Exactly.
Yeah, because I want to keep going. It's super interesting, but it's like literally an hour 45 over the time where I usually eat, you know. So I'm like, I gotta eat right now.
Right. You don't have stores of food in you like I do, you know. It's so I'm okay.
I'm
okay.
a small dude, you know.
Yeah. You need to eat as much as possible. But the average here on MD4 is 561. And JTB, why don't you go ahead and talk about your score and some of the note, because Dark Hazuki and Kiori have done this no damage. I mean, Godfather has too, but they used the Gamoth. Gamoth is up there, and they used the blue from. So go ahead and just describe your thoughts on this.
This is one of the few missions where, if I remember rightly, I'm quickly just going to queue up my video here while I think about it. I think I only missed one UT in this mission. And I think that is about the only points I can really think of along like this kind of layout that I missed, because
even the speed I think was good, right? Like the time was really good.
Yeah, this is so the start of the mission. I'm just quickly watching it now. Yeah, so you want that ET at the start. You have to have the helicopter go under the bridge. Come straight back.
Yeah.
If the helicopter starts flying around, that's basically an instant restart.
Especially at the beginning. Yes.
Yeah, and you have to keep in mind how many arrows it takes to spawn the next set of dudes from the soldiers. The regular ones aren't worth bothering with for essence, because you're better off using it for another UT because you can save time. You don't have a whole lot of items in this mission, and here again, so the second UT, the helicopter has to fly back out and go to the right. If he goes to the left, he'll shoot you, like you won't have time. And then you can UT through his, his rocket flurry, and then collect that soldier's essence with benediction.
Yeah, that's super specific, you know.
Yeah, it's super. Yeah, like this run, it's not perfect because you can get that second UT on the armored soldier's body, but other than that, I can't really think of much that could be done to make this better, because I still get all my benediction essence. I don't miss any. I don't accidentally absorb any. I get my two UTs on the first armored guy, and you have to be super quick, because on that first UT, as you can see, I only grab one blue from Gamov, and on the second one, because the helicopter shoots him again with rockets, it knocks him away from me, and by that point, all the blues have come out of Gamov, so I can't grab any more.
Now, to get the blues, isn't it exploding arrows that you have to use, or is it any arrows?
Any arrow, I think, works.
Really?
Any arrow will start in spawning blues.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think so.
Well, for people just trying to get through it like I did, the box is always a good hiding spot when you know how to roll. The little tower that's behind the box, I actually thought was safe, except there was a little bitty gap, and that's where the rocket came through and hit me in the face. So
that happened to me literally today on my speedrun.
So
it came right over the top and hit me.
So maybe maybe roll there or something if you have to. But again, this is one of those missions that I did it. I was done. If you have to use an elixir at the end of the day, it's not the end of the world.
This is another mission actually as well, just thinking about it, where much like MD2, like just getting through this mission is tough. The helicopter and tanks with minions is super brutal. And one thing you can do to save on items, one ninpo is actually worth less than a great spirit elixir. So if you've got like a super awkward pattern to dodge rockets and you can't charge a gleaming blade, you can just ninpo through it and just kind of take the iframes.
Good point.
Yeah, and I think, like you said, charging up the gleaming blade for whenever the helicopter goes around the building and everything, I think is really key, because you don't want to just charge like a UT.
A regular one.
Yeah, because it's just going to whiff.
Because you want the animation of it, and I don't think you have the lunar in there anyway, so
yeah,
it'd be worth anyway to switch to that.
So getting through this is...
The ET is what will get you through 2, though. The ET will get you through 2 if you leave it to the last minute and let go. But if he does 3 volleys of rockets, then you're kind of... you're right smack in recovery while you've got an entire volley coming at you.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's best to do the Gleaming Blade. And switching, keeping celerity on, for that, I think is... and of course, some of the things, I talk about this move all the time, and it's so easy to manipulate the soldiers, the X plus A, to jump on their heads, to control... And the timing of your, if you killed one of the enemies, the timing of an ET or a UT on the other enemy, depending on when the helicopter's going to fly, that's also kind of crucial too, if your timing's bad on, when to dodge the rockets or something like that. So use all of that to your advantage, when possible.
Unrelated, by the way, I really love how Kel in his Karma run was just dodging like those rocket really at the last second with the roll. I like that.
Yeah, I'd actually never seen that before.
No, I've never seen it either. That's what I was impressed. I was like, damn, there's an actual super tight timing for this, and that's why he maximized the damage with arrow. But yeah, it was really nice to see. I like it.
So moving on, because we're trying to get out of this row as fast as possible.
No, this is the best row.
Oh yeah.
This is a fun mission when you understand how it works. The next one, but it's super rough though when you don't. It's really hard.
Well, look at my score compared to JTB's. And then
but the 100 men mission, our JTB's favorite mission, I think.
Yeah, my favorite mission. Yeah,
so,
I play them all the time.
Well, the average on this. The average on this was 1,525,000. So I beat it by 2,000 points, and I said, you know what? I beat it. I'm done. But to really go into depth on this, people watch JTB. Not only his Karma run, but you have a no damage run, and so do you, Godfather, right?
Yeah, and there was also Elfin that did it. I think we were
I think the only because these were both 100-man missions actually were early front runners for ones that were these will never be done. No damage.
Right.
And funnily enough, I would say MD5 take this with a pinch of JTB salt, as Al says, but once you actually know their spawns, doing this no damage is not that bad. It's not as bad as people might think. Once you get your Debilero UT chain going and you're controlling the spawns, you kill every enemy literally as it spawns.
I think what you said is true, because I remember actually getting hit more by the drone when I was doing my than the actual enemies, because as you say, when you know the corner, when you know how they spawn, you can kind of use that to your advantage and kill a bunch of them at the same time. But the drone were kind of annoying, because sometimes Ryu, would target him properly with the incendiary shuriken and such. So.
I think
getting hit by a laser in that mission is so annoying when you're trying to no damage it.
Well, I think for us who just try to get through it, I think all I did was I just kind of Dobby UT'd. Yeah. And I just kind of plowed through it, because I knew, and if I had, 3 or 4 essence orbs out there, I would collect with the benediction, and even if I had to collect higher essence values first, to use that, I just wanted to get through it. And so
you'll still get a decent score, if you kind of what we talked about in Path of the Master Ninja 4. If you kind of rinse through it with the Debilero, but then once you get 3 or 4 guys left at the end of a wave, if you then try and pepper in some single UTs at the end of every wave, that actually mounts up. Yeah, if you get 3 or 4 UTs on those last few those last 5 guys, and you manage to do that even twice, that's 10 UTs that you might not have got otherwise.
Right.
I'm just saying, avoid plague, going for a high score. I'm actually not. Honestly, I kind of fret on those missions. That I was I saw your video, and I saw what you had to do, and I was thinking, no, I'm not farming that anytime soon.
Well, I think that says a lot that the Godfather doesn't want to mess with that. So for the players who just want to do good, WT as much as possible, collect your essence, and hey, even if you score like 1.5, 1.48, be happy and move on, because there's easier points in other missions. There's easier points in other missions for this whole row. So
yeah, 100. Like this row it's funny though, this row is so difficult, and yet it's not really worth a whole lot of points in the grand scheme of mission mode. Like,
yeah, especially the first 2 missions in this row.
Yeah, I mean there are a million points between them, pretty much, a million and change.
Yeah, so I think getting through this with as little supply use as needed, I think will go a long way for people not getting burnt out or frustrated for going for the higher
definitely,
scores.
I would say this row, like, get out of here ASAP, and then either like go back to it later on if you want to. But
Right.
Yeah.
So this is probably one of the biggest rows. I think I scored the most points on in terms of my average was this row right here. So starting Descent of the Fiends.
Almost all million, right?
Yeah.
Over a million easy.
Yeah, they are actually.
So Descent of the Fiends Phase 1, the average was 1,000,000 and 1,053,000. So the key.
Did Fat Man had the score, by the way, for that before Kel? I think he did, right?
Was it him or Dark Hazuki? I thought Dark Hazuki showed the strat that Kel ends up
Dark
using.
Hazuki showed it, but I think Fat Man had this was the last score that Fat Man lost, I think. It was weird, because I know when Kel posted this, it was a great mission to finally have on video, but it was real. I remember updating the thread and thinking, man, this is Fat Man's last record. Like,
we need to make a video one day of going through some of the old time greats and talking about them, because Godfather said a name earlier, Elfin Lied. And a lot of people may not know who he is, but him.
Nobody knows.
And Fat Man. Oh, he was so good. But anyway, that's we digress, and we'll keep moving forward. But a lot of this here is singling out the cats, and I don't think I did that. I think I just kind of UT'd half of them on mine. I didn't want to focus, but really kind of jumping on their head and using the exploding shuriken trick. And Kel used the Dobby for killing the cats, where I think I used the lunar, because if the Dobby goes out towards the ogres,
and he was using the camera trick though to make sure, I think, that cat like pull over, so it was UTing towards the door, I think.
Yeah, but there's a couple times where it went out into the field of play, and I think he hit the ogres, because one of them had been changed by the time he got to fighting the ogres. So if your timing's good to do that, but if it's not, and all of a sudden 3 or 4 of your UTs hit out, because I think it's the level 3 Dobby, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Right, it is, yeah.
So I mean, you could potentially kill an ogre. And
it's really that'd be level 3 UT. I think people don't realize it, so pretty great.
It's extremely powerful,
So that's the reason why I think I used the lunar, because I felt like if I waited a little bit longer, I would get flying swallowed by the cat, to make the camera trick. So again, I think that's just a preference people are going to have to play.
Safety strap. I think actually it's probably better to go with the lunar for safety. Like, if you would want to go maybe for high score, maybe Kel did it because of speed,
Right.
Right. Or, I don't know, but
his timing's so good, he might not have even thought about it. Sometimes you get so set, it's like, well, this works for me, I'm not going to try anything else. We actually talked about that yesterday on the speed runs that we did. But then after that, it's the little platform trick to get the ogres to jump, and I think I showed kind of the outdated way. But
that's tricky, by the way. Like, it looks easy, but it's tricky. It's not that easy at all.
And Kel showed the Dark Hazuki method of getting a single hit and then sliding off. And again, the timing on that's critical too, because if you release a little early, you whiff. If you release a little late, you get hit. And then there's actually a little time between that to where you can actually hit the ogre with the full string of the the nunchuck UT.
Yeah.
So that's some critical timing right there. But it's definitely 1,000,000 is a goal, I think, for everybody on this mission right here.
Agreed.
And even if you had to run back and forth from side to side, to get nunchuck UTs on the ogres after the cats were dead. That's not the end of the world either. Obviously, it'd take you a lot more time, but you know, this is still a good mission and a reasonably one to keep your sanity on to get a high score on.
Yeah, and you'd still get like well into the millions doing that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So this is a nice mission. This one right here is a little bit tougher, and again, we go to randomizes strategy.
Yeah. What did you do, Darren?
Yeah. Here, hold on one second. Sorry, we had our echo was reminding us to do something, so we had to tell it to, hey, stop. But yeah, well, I think a lot of it is what Dark Azuki's the one who first came up with the farming the berserker method. I think is from what I remember. Again, I could be wrong, but so I think
I'm pretty sure it was him that showed that, because he had a video. Real quick shout out for him, even though the video is lost, unfortunately. But he had a whole video about you know, really like, you know, here's some really quick ways to increase your mission mode score.
I think it's on X Factor Hates You channel.
Oh, is it? Okay, yeah. That's a really cool video. People shout that out, and that's where he showed this strategy with the berserker. That's
so
where I
do you
also
think
found
that the extra score though from randomizer is the same strat, or you did something a little bit different to get there?
Well, I don't think
I would imagine it's the
same.
Sorry, go on.
No, I was just going to say I think it's the same. And
you just got a little more lucky, you think?
Yeah, well, maybe
like,
three more
faster,
UTs, because I don't.
Faster. Yep.
Did Kel get all 50 UTs? Sorry, JTB. What were you going to say? Sorry.
No, I was finished. No, I don't.
No, I was finished with that. Yeah, no, I don't know. I don't know actually. Let me check Kel's real quick. I just want to check.
Yeah, because you think like 40k end game is not a lot.
What's only what 3 UTs plus a little time?
It's 3 UTs and change really, and maybe even health. You know,
so
like
Kel did get the entire thing. So Kel finished with 248, 560. 848, so I'm thinking it's probably time then for randomize.
Well, so that means he missed out on 1 UT then.
No, never mind. He finished 253. I missed one UT.
Yeah.
Finished with 253, so it's the time. Then because 8:57 second finish.
Well, that's just so hard to explain, because then because I'm sure Kel absorbed all the essence that he was supposed to absorb.
That's for sure. It just means that randomize is faster on everything. Like that's why the farm of Marbus is the only way he can get better than everyone else. Is like he must have done perfect farm somehow. You know, didn't lose much time at all and milk everything, and that's how he got it.
Well, how much is 40,000 in game in time?
Yeah, that's the thing. Like how much is lower than Kel for that? Because that's impressive.
Yeah, I'm just checking Kel's video. Kel's also got hardly any health, so there is that too. Like a full health bar is 23,000 points.
Okay.
If you finish with full health.
Okay.
So there's that. I mean, 40k in time. Each second is worth 100 points.
Oh. That's the reason we asked you.
Yeah, it's 200. I just have to. Yeah, I'm trying to think because here I've got like. Because now I have like Sigma's. If anyone's played the Vita version, time's totally different on that. So
you have that in your head right now.
Yeah, I have that as well. So in Black and Sigma, a second is worth 100 points, like before the multiplier.
Right.
So it's 200. 1 second is worth 250 points. End game.
So 100 seconds is 25,000 points.
Yeah.
So
I doubt
full
randomized
health.
Did it.
So full health and 30 seconds faster equals this score, roughly.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, it would do.
But full health though, this means you're playing flawlessly, you know?
I mean, it's. I guess thinking about it, because the berserkers are guaranteed blues, you could get down to.
You
get 3 health orbs at the end.
Yeah, okay, that's true. That's true.
So,
it's impressive nonetheless, bro, because that's a score that's been there for how many years now? This one, the high score. Like,
right.
14 years,
something that I would be interested to see, even though I doubt it's going to happen. But it would be cool to see people really get into the Master Collections mission mode, you know, with all the equipment.
But I
would love to see.
Yeah, that's a separate video. That's a separate video.
There with the knowledge, you know. That's the thing.
But I'd love to see it.
Yeah, it would be awesome, you know. But yeah.
Well, I can't wait to see your videos, JTB, for that.
I'm definitely not going to do that.
The same thing I said. I'm not doing that. I might though, because I saw you started a thread for that. I might like redo some of the mission, no damage, no ninpo, to kind of update the thread with more quality video. But like farming mission mode Sigma with the equipment, I was just I'm not going into that. You know, it's just too much time consuming, and I don't have time to invest for that at this point in my life. Years back, I probably would have been, but not now.
Well, the average on this was 869. So in order, the key points on this are, if you want to get a much higher score, you're going to have to understand and be able to do the berserker farming. That's pretty much it.
Yep.
You know, because
also a super important thing to note on that, I can't remember if we mentioned it in Path of the Master Ninja 2, but the magma fiends are worth, I think, 7 grand when killed with a UT.
So, okay, so like a weird version of Gala, what they call like Torn Gala, I think, or something like that.
Yeah, I'm not sure what they're. I just always called them magma fiends because you fight them in lava, and I'm really creative for that.
You don't see them anywhere in story mode too.
Especially the ice ones anymore.
Yeah, if anybody remembers NGO4, the damage that they do is just off the chart.
Yeah, if they bit you, good night.
Yeah, that bite does more than Awakened Alma's grab.
Okay, I never experienced that actually. Or I don't remember
only
it at all.
NGO4. Yeah, it's an NGO4. They do that much damage. But don't forget, if you're coming up short on that mission, but you're UTing everything. I think there's 2? There's 2 or 3 magma fiends.
Yeah.
And if you're if you're not collecting their money, I think that's like 14 to 21,000 essence. That's like 100 grand karma you're not getting.
Yeah.
So. It's an easy thing to think. There is an essence chart on the forum. Shout outs to War Phoenix, who put a lot of that together. Keep that in mind when you're playing for score. Like every single thing matters.
Well,
in mission mode.
The essence chart that you're talking about, is that for Sigma or is that for NGB? Because I know Yebyosh, there is an essence guide from Yebyosh.
Yeah, there's one for both.
Okay,
I think because I started doing one for mission mode just to have one on the forum, and then I know War Phoenix. I started it and did most of it, but then War Phoenix kind of finished that off, and he also did Sigma as well.
Okay.
Because Sigma is a little bit different.
Yeah, because I think on GameFAQs some of Yebyosh's information is still up there. Unfortunately, his email doesn't work. But also the main thing about this mission before we leave it is camera control is your key. It's friend. You have to understand how to rotate the camera and keep the berserkers off the screen. I think that's really the main, before you can farm anything, it's understanding the camera control on this mission right here. So moving forward, hey, how did my name get up there?
Must be the best.
No.
But that's actually interesting though. That's one that I didn't push too much. But for some reason, when I did it, I mean, I probably tried less than 10 tries. I could not get the tank stuck at all. I tried. I checked, Dark Azuki video for that, and I just could not get it stuck. So I don't know. I think I was doing something wrong, guaranteed. But I'm gonna retry it at some point because I really wanted to tackle that score of plat.
No, let me have one. Let me have one. You already took 2 of my other ones, so let me have one. Damn it!
I think that tank thing is it's a perfect example of something that works 100% of the time, but only 50% of the time.
Yes, that's what I think too. Yeah, that's what I think.
It's one of those things where sometimes it just works. You can get it stuck 10 times in a row, but then you'll have an entire run where you just never get it stuck once. And you think
so. I mean, we don't have anything to say here, right? The professional is Big Al, so go ahead.
No, that's not.
Let us know your knowledge towards this mission. You have the high score on video.
I've always
50
had
million,
Yeah.
There you go.
I've always had good luck. I think that there's a certain way that you can get it stuck. I've always had pretty good luck. I mean, I've always, maybe within 4 or 5 tries, always got it stuck. So that's a pretty good success rate, even though some people might think You know, it's not. Well,
Yeah, honestly, for me, that mission's like 1 in 10.
Yeah.
Yeah, but mine is 0 and 10. You see what I said? So, like, come on.
But I've always been. It's just it really is, all depends on where the tank is and the positioning of Ryu, and then whenever you come back and how far you go. I think JTB and I talk about that at the beginning of the mission. But if you don't get it stuck within like the first 60 to 100 seconds, start over.
Yeah, there's no point.
It's that. But the average on that, Descent of the Fiends 3, is I believe it's again it's small writing, but it's 787.
It's really low.
And the only person that broke 950 was Platinum at the time, and of course, obviously he increased his score. But Edge, when I look at Edge's score, Edge was only 519, so that means he could never get it stuck.
Get the duck.
Yeah. But I think so. When I look at my score compared to Platinum, you really want to kill one of the guys whenever they first come out, and then UT the other, then collect their essence. And you want to do that every time. And maybe you could position yourself before the tank got stuck to maybe go back and forth and maybe UT both of the first ones and collect their essence. Maybe that's a possibility. But once the tank is stuck, you don't want to move from around the corner, because it will unstick.
Yeah.
So, and then the other part of that too is if you understand, like almost in all of these missions, you have the enemies at first, then the next wave comes at 25% health loss to the main boss, then 50%, then 75%. So, if you knew you damaged at 100 or at 25%, maybe you could run around the corner, and depending on if the little fiend soldier guys spawn far away, you might be able to have a UF UT or maybe even a Dabi UT ready for them. Because the one thing about the UF UT is sometimes if it takes you away from being close to the wall, that'll unstick the tank too. So I think here, that's what I think Platinum did, because I don't think I got the full 50 UTs on the tank. I think you kill him at like 45 or 46, and maybe even a little less, and then your other UTs are going to come from but that's still quite a bit of a score
difference.
Jump, difference right there. So it's but anyway, I think this is.
I just checked you finished, I think, with 245 Big Al.
Okay.
650.
So
50 second.
This is definitely one of the missions that you want to play until you get the tank stuck. Because it's 400,000 points right off the bat.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah,
that's like a lot of points.
Yeah,
pretty much.
Oh.
Yeah.
And then also the positioning on the wall. If you get a little too close, that tank can shoot you through the wall. And depending on how you land, you don't want both of your feet kind of pointing out away from the wall, because sometimes that'll lead you away from the wall when you release your UT. So there's a lot of little nuance
in there.
In there versus just get this tank stuck and UT it.
Yeah.
So
more than just that.
Yeah.
Good.
So I think
never, just one real quick thing as well. Never underestimate just how cheeky those commando fiends can be either.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And one flip, if you miss a shot or get flipped out in the open, that can unstick the tank.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So I'm gonna take a drink of water there, but yeah, definitely. This is a mission you want to get the tank stuck on, and even if you score 750,000, it's better than the roughly 500,000 you would get without. Because Edge's score kind of proves that, and he was an awesome player, or hopefully still is an awesome player. The next one, I had the video high score for a little while until one of my good buddies decided to obliterate me. So that's the only reason I brought that up, because you actually played this perfect. I don't think you took any damage from Pazu or any of the minions I don't think.
No, I did not actually. No,
Yeah.
not full health bar. The UT got every single essence too. Time-wise was good too, because that was the thing that I noticed was a little hard. Sometimes I was a little behind randomized because my time was too slow. He was moving too much, so you definitely want him to keep doing like a static jump at the stairs. That will help a lot. Knowing also, that sometimes if you release your UT at specific time, you'll do more damage to part of his butt. In the back, it's hard to explain, but when you stick Incendiary Shuriken on the higher part of his back, it deals more damage. It's a bit similar to his head, and knowing that can help you, set up. That was a thing that took me a lot of time to set up, but I would get, to those waves where there's like Black Cat Fiend and then an Ogre, or there's, the 2 Cat Fiend, and then I wanted to really always get the UT on them. So what I would do is I would, pay attention to the live bar, obviously, because that was with percentage. It's all the bosses like this. So when I noticed he was going to half, I was, sticking him in the back and then going for a charge. And by the time, even if he would move or even if he would jump again, by the time he took that damage that pushed him, under half the health, then I would have the wave appear. But I'm already almost in a UT charge by the time that he gets the damage. So that part was really important for this. Another one though was really, and that was tricky. That was random. I don't want to say that I had somehow like skills with that, but you really needed to check and know approximately how much damage he was dealing to the Ogre, so that you wouldn't by accident hit him with too much damage, and then he would be so close to dying that Pazu would do a laser, and then if any of the Ogre die in this mission because of how much they're worth in essence, I don't have to tell you, it's an insta reset. And I don't know, is there other mission like this on top of my head that I think of where every single other enemy will respawn, by the way, if they get killed by the boss, but not the Ogre in that mission? And I don't remember other missions doing that.
There's Battlefield of the Abyss 3. If Marbus kills a Berserker, they won't respawn.
Yeah, so there you go.
Which is actually really good, because
it's
just super annoying,
they don't drop yellow, so you don't have to worry. But this one, because the Ogre are worth so much and they don't respawn if they get killed by the boss, is really annoying just for that. I don't know how many times I got to the last wave, with the Black Cat and the Ogre, could not get the last Ogre's essence, and it's done run. You cannot get it.
Well, yeah, because like I said, you can see I got all 50 UTs. I'm not sure about the kills, but I mean, look at the difference in that. So time, health, probably some essence. And I will say that strategy of the, throwing the shuriken on him at that low health. Actually, whenever Yebyosh made that guide for mission mode, that was my strat that I pointed out in there, that you could do that, because the thing, if you don't understand and you do a lot of damage, and then all of a sudden the cats come out and you don't have a charge ready.
You're not ready. No, you're not ready for them.
That totally changes how you're going to have to play the next, 30 or 40 seconds of that mission. Whereas if they can just run into a lunar UT and kill them both. So, and I would put a little mark on my TV of where 25%, 50, and 75% was.
Yeah, you can check clearly. You can kind of spot it. Like I was just doing it, as habit, watching it with my eyes. But I think it's better with a mark.
I'm not. So.
I was just guessing at this point, like.
But yeah, that's really good. But the average on this is 1,045,000. So
you're not losing out on too much point. I think if you don't fully farm this, it's I personally don't think that it's that hard to get the 50 UT in that mission. What's really hard, is getting all the extras essence and all. But I would say on top of my head, if you do 50 UT and you just get the Ogre, like not even all the rest, you don't have to worry about the rest. You're getting the essence from the Ogre with Benediction. I think that puts you I don't know how much, but that puts you easy over 1 million. Easy. Just that.
Yeah. And there's also a couple sweet spots whenever you're walking out of that arena, like you're going into chapter 11. If you're looking at it that way, I like going to the left-hand side But there is a sweet spot on the right hand side too, to where you can charge.
You can make him flap his flap his wing, and then you can just take charge there if you're at the right spot. Yeah, that's really nice too.
So this is one of the ones I think everybody should focus on getting 50 UTs on.
Yeah. That's definitely an easy one, I would say.
You agree,
Next
JTB?
one, I think, is probably one of the trickiest.
Yeah, I would say what TGD said. Like, you know, don't worry too much about the other stuff. Like, just get your UTs.
Yeah,
and you'll be fine.
And the rest is bonus. So
yeah,
here we go. Fat Man, God, what an underrated, or I don't even say underrated because he's very well respected for the people who know. People just don't know him.
Not know exactly, but underrated, definitely not.
In terms of people not knowing him, that's how I meant to say.
Yeah, pretty much.
And this right here, again, I didn't farm any. I got my 50 UT. So let's see. Hold on here real quick. So this is.
Did you farm Ishtaros at the end?
No, no, I don't think I did. So I didn't even get my average on this. The average on this was 2,261,000. So I think I just got a good kill on Doku. I think I got like 180. Anything 180 and above.
Yeah, that was speed for Doku.
Is good.
At the beginning.
Get your 50 UTs on Marbus plus all the cats, and then you can farm the Berserker some, but really farming Ishtaros and farming Nishay is what's the difference is on that high score. And again, randomized to beat that score, because you look at Kel. Kel didn't even beat Fat Man, and randomize is 60,000
I don't think
points
Kel
higher.
went to farm that mission though. I think they didn't farm it because
he's close to that.
He showed though what he could do in Eternal Legend. I think if he really wanted to, he could. He could probably take it. That's what I think, because he did farm Ishtaros in Eternal Legend, and he showed that he understood. Because Ishtaros is not that hard, but it's hard to farm her. Like, because you gotta stay focused the entire time and all, and it's not because you know the pattern that she's gonna give you the right pattern for a farm. If she doesn't go for a Tarzan swing or like this, it's like you're losing a lot of time. So you need a lot of patience for that mission, and then if you got a really solid mission later on and Ishtaros just doesn't want to have it, you can't do much.
Well, the other part of that is
pretty much.
By the time you get to Ishtaros at this point, you're probably low on supplies. And sometimes, if you went through the whole farming thing of Marbus, you just want to get through it. And I think that's what I did. So in order,
what would you say though for this mission? Like, go for at least your 2 million, but after that, don't necessarily push it that much.
Well, I think my score is I got 180 on Doku or whatever, right around there. I farmed Marbus. I believe I got all 50 UTs on that. And there is a time where there is that secret timer of 999. And once you go over that, your score won't be 0, but you won't get any more UT points. So you can't just mess around on Marbus and not think you're always going to be able to get your 50 UTs. There will be a time for you to stop, and if you only get 40 UTs, hey, that's it. So you missed out a lot of points. So understanding how to farm Marbus is pretty key. And then the Berserkers, they farm the Berserkers. I don't think I did. I just wanted to get through it, and it's the same thing with Nishay. You can farm her, but I just wanted to kill through it. So I was actually happy with my score. If I had to pick farming anything, it probably would have been Ishtaros. So
I would say farming Nishay is kind of terrifying, honestly.
Wow, that's a word I never thought I'd hear you use.
I mean, just thinking of the damage. One leg grab or one swoop is about 70% of your life bar. That's why doing that mission with the wooden sword was kind of terrifying, because it was like you just get to Nishay and you think one mistake here and I'm dead.
But that was the annoying part all the time, though. Even in the no damage, that's definitely Nishay with the 2 sliding him every time. That's the annoying part there. The rest is like, it's annoying, but it's fairly standard. When you get there, this is just a nightmare. And I don't know, I think they give you that free in Sigma because you play the game, and even when you get on Master Ninja, you fight her one-on-one on the Marbles Gauntlet, and that's kind of a joke in my opinion.
Right.
Because on NGP, like, she's not free at all, you know? You gotta work with those imp and all of this, and this time it's just, you know, you're on Master Ninja, you fight her again one-on-one, same as Very Hard, and I don't know, I can't really agree with that, but it is what it is, you know, can't change it.
I mean, you do have the tranquility to help you out in terms of health, so maybe you don't want to use supplies, but like I said, in that Marbus mission, if you're using tranquility because you're at low health and you're not being aggressive, you're not going to get your UTs, so it's, but I can tell you this, I'm happy with my score. I don't know if I would ever
refarm this mission. I can't really blame you for that.
And I mean, I could probably get another 200,000 of it or something like that. But what it takes to even get to Taros at the end, you know, is kind of brutal. So I think anything over 2 million, like Godfather had said, there's easier points later on, or even beforehand. So going to another great row, and
that one, I really don't think though anyone's gonna ever beat that. Personally, I think because he just like that guy was just like way too good against Awakenama, like way too much practice. You know?
I think I totally agree with you. I mean, you have to farm her with the nunchucks. You have to understand her patterns. He dodges her orbs, you know, the best I've ever seen.
Nothing. Yeah, like it's nothing.
And
I know me and TGD have talked about this briefly. It's not to discredit the player at all. No. On Xbox One, like those fireballs just seem like they move so much faster towards you. Like sometimes it genuinely feels impossible to actually dodge them.
Well,
I agree.
I will say this. Wyansis, whenever he made his video, and I don't know if it was on the 360 or the Xbox One, I'll have to ask him, but he said watching Ryu Hayabusa's way that he dodged definitely helped him understand it a little bit more. And so even if they are a little bit faster, you know, people can take away, you know, what he's doing and why. And he's kind of jumping left to right, and then B and then Y, I think, to get some extra height or something. And but still, kudos to him. And let's see what the average was on this. Let's see, average on this was
not that high.
720.
Yeah,
and
sounds about right.
And the reason I got what I did is because I did it no damage, and I got extremely lucky with the knockdown rate.
You get it.
Huh?
He's just like, I just did no damage.
Yeah, just no damage. I mean,
just that.
Yeah, just just
one of the hardest missions probably.
Like, hold my beer, Big Al. You know.
Well, that's the reason I said I got extremely lucky. Let me finish here. I recognize my limitations on this game, and that's the reason my score's so high, because I was at full health. You know, that was the point I was trying to make. But this right here, but I use ninpo, and I use ninpo on the cats, and I use ninpo on the laser crabs, and I just happened to get lucky when I ninpo'd the laser crabs that I got a red back, and that's how I decided to play it, because I just couldn't beat it. Now, I did back in the day. I beat it without, you know, using ninpo or anything like that, but at this point in time, I couldn't do it. And so the ninpo helped. So if you're going to use ninpo, you're just going to have to hope you get a red back on the crabs.
Yeah.
What about any other? I mean, I don't think that there's really any other farming ways.
I know my score that I kept was just from my no damage, no ninpo run, and I was just, you know, happy with that. I'm thinking I'm not farming that mission more, but.
Yeah, I think I'm the same. I think my score on that's like 750 something, maybe 760. It's not farmed at all.
No,
I mean, it's only like 100k. You know, it's kind of nuts when you think about it.
And you will go nuts when you try to get those 100k extra on there. So I don't recommend going for that.
Yeah, this is one of those missions. Definitely, if you can beat it and still have your health or you know, your items and your ninpo, and you should score over 700,000, and that's perfectly fine. Because if you look at his high score on video, is only 813, but he scored 850 on his high score. So if people go, you can get to his channel through my channel and watch some of his vids. Now he records them from his TV. I mean, this is how long ago it was, but it's still very impressive to see what he does, and then to know that he scored, you know, 37,000 points higher. It's that's really impressive, like I said before. So
yeah, and at least, you know, with all of that, he made the effort to record video, you know. So I really respect that for this, because even if they were not the best quality, at least he was trying to show, you know, what he was doing and all of this. And yeah, huge shout out to JayTB123, even though I haven't seen him active in 12 years. That was his last upload. But yeah, great player. He showed a lot of great stuff, and he has a lot of
fun combo videos.
Yeah, very good, very talented player.
Yeah,
for sure.
Like the little orb that comes out of the Fiends soldiers, he just jumps over them. You know, where everybody else is kind of roll jumping away or doing something. He's just, okay, you're going to shoot this at me? I'll stand right here in front of you and jump over it and then kick your ass. So it's a lot of fun. But now the difference between this mission and the score and this mission and the score in terms of...
you know what's sad though right now when I see this is that it was Sneh that had that, and Kel beat him by like 6,000, but just to stand out for so long. And it's funny because I actually got really close to Sneh. I was at 625, and I said, you know what, I'm close enough to him, I'm not pushing him. And then I saw Kel beat the score, and it just broke my heart, thinking, should I have gone for it at this point, you know? But then it's just that thing where, you know, it's when you're less than 10,000 away from it, like, I'm not even gonna bother beating Kel on that. But it just made me sad to see Sneh removed from that, you know, because he found that strategy back then and he held that record for so long that I felt like he deserved to have it forever. But that's not how it is when you have world records, sadly, you know.
Well, and it's also the strategy that he's shown. Now my strategy and the average. So the average was, get this, 532,191. So I scored 532,245
point. Yeah, extra.
So I beat it by 56, and then I'm like, I'm done. But so the difference between the other captivating goddess and this captivating goddess is like, well, wait a minute, the other one's over 700,000, and this is only 500,000. That comes to the amount of supplies that you have in your inventory. Isn't that right, JTB?
Yeah, CG2 is super stingy on items. I think you've got 2 regulars and a great, or maybe 1 regular and 1 great. You haven't got a lot at all.
And so, in order to get those higher scores, you're just going to have to farm it with the Davi and when to drop smoke bombs and knowing the patterns to charge your on-landing UTs and things like that. And, you know, it's not as easy as, oh, well, just jump over here and charge the Davi UT and hope she flies in.
When you watch a good player like Sneh, it looks easy, but then you try it and you're like, yeah, no, there's something else happening here.
That's the story of every karma run. Like you watch that when you see the successful run, you look at it, you think
it looks easy,
super easy.
I'm gonna go do that right now, you know.
Yeah, and then you think, you just don't see the cutting room floor.
Right.
You know?
And then when you get into it for real and you test it, you realize it's a no other beast. It's at the same time.
I think speedrunning is in the same vein too. Like you watch the world record speedrun, and you think this is no problem at all.
Yeah, I'm gonna try that. Like you check from. It's funny you say that though, unrelated, but first time I saw Frenchie's run before speedrunning, you know, I was super quick to be judgmental on the run and say like, oh, he's taking damage there, you know, there he could have been faster and all of that. And then I'm trying to speedrun myself, and then, you know, like I do my first run, I think of 1 hour 51 minutes or something, and then, you know, that far from Frenchie, 13 minutes, and then I'm thinking, yeah, I mean, it's easy to spot, right? But when you're doing it, it's an entirely different beast. So I think it's easy to judge, I think, from a perspective. But when you really try something after, it's when you realize. And honestly, I had a lot of respect for Frenchie's movement regarding that, because his movement was like super tight, and still it is. He had an insanely good movement. So yeah, just shout out to Frenchie randomly.
On that note, with the speedrunning and much, it's just as important, if not more important, in karma running too. Is people's movement.
Yep.
When you can really tell when someone's comfortable moving in this game.
Yep.
You can just tell immediately within like 5 seconds of watching them play.
I mean, you see someone that's not comfortable, you see 5 second tree wall cling, and you're like, yeah, pretty much.
And you think, someone more like comfortable, like just wouldn't have got those in those situations.
Yep.
Well, it showed the other day, and it's. I'm glad a lot of people joined into it and had a lot of fun. But yeah, it's not. Just go from point A to B as fast as you can. It's like, well, it's not only as fast, but it's as efficiently. I mean, they are two. Separate things when it comes to that. But because as fast as you can might be wall clinging. Hey, I need to wall cling to get around this corner. Whereas, no, if I roll jump in a different direction, I don't need to do that. So it's more efficient.
And that's why I love the movement in that game. It's just, I don't know, it's just so good.
Well, I will say.
It really is. I wish there was, how we've got the mission mode? I do wish there was actual, platforming missions. Just,
movement.
Like here's an assault course and just kind of, do this as fast as you can.
Awesome. Actually, parkour course.
Yeah.
Go over obstacle and so. Yeah. That would have been insane, actually.
Maybe that would make players like me who are bad at movement
better. For sure.
Exactly.
For sure. Definitely.
Exactly.
That would have been for it. Yeah.
I kid around saying pass, but yeah, the movement. I've always respected you guys, and I bring it up every time I get a chance. Is in order to play the game more, faster, more efficiently, whatever you want to say at this point, you got to have that movement. And JTB and I did a video of one of his speed runs, and I told everybody at the time, I said, look, if y'all think it's so easy, get up and do it, and maybe you can fight the enemies just as good as JTB. But if you can't move as good as JTB, you're not going to get close. And I know it may have sounded a little arrogant or whatever, but it's the truth of the matter. And it's the same thing on all of these missions too. Understanding what movement you need to do and when comes into key. And, it's not just in speed running about movement. It's about movement and positioning in all these missions too.
Yep.
So I don't think it was a little off tangent. We bring it back full circle. And I think, but I do want to, since we talked about easier said than done, Wyanzas just made a video of him doing the archive challenge
on ground floor.
On the ground floor, or I guess it was about looking boring. He makes it look so easy. It looks boring, but it's not when you understand, the full thing. Just like when JTB made it with doing the dragon sword. If you don't have the understanding of the patterns and the movement down and when to do what, it's not anywhere as easy as you think. So getting back
It's funny, I looked at that, I checked on that video the other day for some speedrunning ideas. That was 8 years ago now.
Mm-hmm.
That was the first year I came out to Evo. So,
well, I think we had talked about it or something over at Weeble's house or something, and you ended up doing it. Coming back and doing it.
Yeah, it was something that I thought I'd made a video of, way back when. But I checked my videos and thought, I could have swore I made a video of this. But.
Well, this one right here, if you can just get through it, getting that extra 100,000 points is definitely not worth it.
Yeah.
For both of these first two missions. Now, this next mission right here.
Don't talk to me about this.
Okay, JTB, what do you have to say? No, seriously, real quick. The average on this is 865.
This is the easiest mission, right? Yeah, all you got to do is just shoot Rachel and mission over.
Yeah.
Pretty much. No, but I really think though that was the main problem of that mission is that you have zero control over it in the sense that you want to go for karma, you want to go for high score. Pray that the archer are not too accurate, pray that the rocket are not too accurate, and then pray after that you get the proper one-hit lunar pattern, because that's what you have to do. I try with the nunchaku and you don't get enough UT in, sadly. So to me it's guaranteed that Randomize had gone for that, because I think he had a 965, I recall, and that was the only way to get close to that. It's impossible, I think, with Chuck. So had to be one-hit lunar UT on both across the map, and you needed to kind of control the camera because there's 2 points in there where the ogre will stay kind of idle, and it's when you turn your camera towards them that they'll go for the jump. So then you gotta know exactly when to release that attack to get, you know, the lunar one-hit UT to the best of your ability, even though it's easier said than done.
Because I think the strat back in the day, other than Platinum scored like 921, but the other guys scored the 800. So I think a lot of that was just the nunchuck strat for the longest time. And there's also there's a one of the little pillars that rises up from the ground that you can kind of use that.
Go behind.
But if you get on the wrong side, you can whiff, or if you miss time your UT, all of the hits will hit it. So it's again, it's not as easy. Just, you know, run back and forth and go from there. But I think this is one of those missions. If you can get past the
what is the average there? I'm just curious.
The average on this one is 865.
That sounds about, you know, a good nunchuck farming, which means that there's no need to push for that extra score. And this one, I don't think so.
Well, I think if I scored a little bit higher than that, but you know, if I maybe tried it a little bit more with getting a couple more lunar UTs.
One hit.
So my suggestion to people is you know, when you go for this strat, you know, or go for this mission, don't use the chucks, use the lunar, and then you'll definitely get higher than what the average was, for sure.
As soon as you found, you know, the right rhythm to when to release on them, you'll be good to go.
Right. Okay, so going to the next row, or the next item across the next mission.
It's good to see though that it's still Weibo that has
scores there.
That's nice.
Yeah, it's a shame that his video was lost on that, because I talked to him about that, and he said I just had the perfect run of being able to knock her down with the, you know, you do the hold Y with the chucks to knock her down and then start charging. So I think I didn't try to farm at all. So this average on here was 714. So I think people just trying to break 700, just get through it, and then if you can throw in some ETs, because in order to get the higher score, you're just going to have to farm her.
With the chuck,
yeah, with the chucks, and boy, that's not something that is a lot of fun.
Everyone wants to do.
Yeah, especially with the cats coming out again, you know. Or coming out.
Those are the triple cat fiends. That's a weird thing, actually. Some in that mission, she has 3 minions, doesn't she? You know, per wave.
Right.
And in story mode, I think Hydrocubus, like the second time you fight Hydrocubus, he has 3, but you only get 2 at a time. Like, you don't have 3 at once.
So this, I'll never forget. Whenever I first went out and met P. Saren and Weeble 760, they loved playing CG1 and CG4. And I think that, you know, I was a Karma player, so I didn't really focus on mission mode that much back then, like I have been lately. But you know, once I think I beat them one time, and then that was it. I'm like, screw this. But we would go out there, and I think the very first time I was there for 2 days, and I never beat it. I mean, it was embarrassing. And then I would get like grabbed by Alma or something, and you know, I would be, or excuse me, by Awakened Alma, and I would be, you know, lose 60% of my health or whatever, and I was going to reset, and Preet's like, no, here, let me have the controller. And then he would go through and beat it. You know, no ninpo, no items. So it was
well, that's just a flex at that point, isn't it?
Oh yeah. Well, you know what? I mean, that's, people sit there and say, when we talked about getting together, I don't want to get together because I'm intimidated, or, you know, I don't think I'll have any fun, or I have nothing good to offer. It is never about that, because if it was, you know, if Weeble and Preet thought our friendship was based on my CG1 and CG4, we'd never talk to each other again. And it's the same with JTB and you guys. I mean, y'all are so good. So it's never about that. I hope people never, and I don't mind sharing my embarrassing stories to prove that point. I mean, it was embarrassing. And I remember...
I'm happy you never saw me. Yeah, I'm happy you never see me play early NG Miguel, because I don't think you would have been that embarrassed, I'm not gonna lie, but
what were you gonna say?
It is.
Do what?
Yeah, like no one's perfect, you know.
Right.
It was funny when I was watching that tournament yesterday. I made this point earlier on stream. Cosmic mentioned about like veteran players like never forgetting anything, and I thought
yeah, and then you're like, I saw that. I mean, I couldn't read, because I was casting, but I saw he was like veteran player not forgetting my item, not in my stream,
Yeah, I forget stuff all, and to be honest, like I shouldn't, I shouldn't like forget to pick up a deity, but like I do.
And you say that like that's like me, dude, and getting in chapter 10, reading the chat, and then going, to place the red tablet that I don't have because I didn't even fight the worm yet. Yeah, that's a classic. That happens a lot.
That's the cool thing about the scene in general is just that there's no one, I think, not in like the main scene. You know what I mean? Like there's no one that's sort of been in it for a while that genuinely thinks like they're perfect. Everyone.
No, I don't think so. Because
cool.
if you think that mean, you stop improving also, because you think you're the best.
Yeah,
and
that's
like,
so true. Yeah.
Well, there's a couple guys from the old forum that had that attitude, and I won't name any names, but
yeah, no.
It's,
no, I mean,
overall,
weird guy that you were on this stream, Big Al. I'm not gonna name, but you told me that's the weirdest thing I've seen. Like that guy kind of called me out and saying that. Like my no damage were bullshit, and I was cheating
really?
and such,
Yeah, wow.
He did. He spent like an entire 1 hour 45 minutes talking about me in his stream because he thought like he was the first person to do a Master Ninja no heal on on this game, and then he saw my video, and instead of trying to learn like, he doesn't explain the strat, and all, it took him. Because I did that in 2018, it says it took me years to do that, and I'm a supposedly a slow learner, So yeah.
Wow.
It was pretty funny to hear.
Well, there might be people like that, but I don't want to be friends with those guys. They're always welcome to come play with us live. Anybody's welcome to come play with us at any time. If we all get together, or all we're close by, or if we all decide to go to Vegas or Montreal or London, England, or whatever, I hope everybody can come and play. And if anybody's ever passing through Houston, Texas, you're more than welcome to come and play, and we'll make a video and have a good time. It's all about, being friends and just having a great time together.
Meetups and all of that. Yes.
Yeah. So going back, as we got off on the tangent again.
Yeah. Go ahead.
For this mission right here, I think if you can just beat it with a few ETs or UTs in there, kill everything, and break 700, you're golden.
Yeah.
I check usually if you don't take too much damage, you do a little bit of UT here and there, you should break 700,000 without too much of a problem. Yep.
So again, this is one of those missions where there's just not a lot of points available versus the frustration. So just beating them. The only one, maybe a little bit that I would spend a little time would be be CG3. There we go. Spit it out, Al. Have a drink of water. And
CG3,
And then Captivating God is 5.
So close. Makes me sad to see that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh man. I can. I wouldn't replay that though. Not for that.
I wouldn't not either. Can't really blame him. But it's it's so close. He technically had it. Like
That's what 100. That's like 1,140 points.
Yeah.
That's
the average on this. And again, if you look at my score and I compare it to the average on this was 657,476. So I beat my average by 54 points on CG2 and beat my average by 56 points on CG5. But that's without, I think, a couple UTs missed or whiffed, and then I farmed a couple times with Istaros the Lunar. But again, I'm happy to kill the enemies, get through this without using supplies. 640 to 650 is good enough.
Random mention, by the way, about that mission, for those that didn't know, because it's a really good player, but for the longest time, the high score on video was actually just a no damage, no nimpo run of Trent Steele.
I was going to bring that up. Yeah. God,
what
a
great
player.
For the longest time, was a really good player.
Yeah, but Trent Steele was never like a huge karma player, but at least early on in the game, like he kind of transitioned more towards that at the end. But just always, just sheer combat ability was always like one of the absolute standouts.
Yeah, really, really good, definitely.
Well, his his score, because I used him, he scored over 51 million.
683 that he had there.
Yeah, on here on the chart that I have is 696.
Oh, he did higher than this.
Yeah, higher than his video one. But yeah, Trent Steele was one of the ones. Again, him and Randomize and not Randomize. Razor Ramon. Yeah. I think are underrated players. But I think, again, like we just said a little earlier, just going through this row, trying to get through it without using too many items. And if you have to, at the end of the day, it's not going to totally kill you, because if you can have a decent CG3, you'll probably make up a little bit on a couple of if you had to use something for CG1 or CG4 in terms of a small elixir.
Talking about Razor, by the way, I think, like, I will always remember, I don't know if you remember that video, JTB, but his old video of, CG1, like no damage, no ninpo, with the music, like the little music that started with a violin or something. Like, that video, I don't know why it's so sentimental to me. I watched that video even in recent year. Like, the quality is not the best, but you can see the gameplay. But I don't know, it's such a good video because you can see like how good that guy was back in the day, long ago. Because when I was active in the forum, that guy was already out. So this means that he was just super good, super early, and that video I still think is one of the best video of that mission. How he gets the last crab to jump into the UT of the Few Dragon Sword and gets the double because of that. It's a really cool video. I just wanted to mention that randomly.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, so Trent Steele,
Razor Ramon,
Razor Ramon, another one. I think actually another kind of shout out to Razor Ramon. I think he had the first 2 or 3 phases of Eternal Legend done.
Yeah, he did.
No damage. Yeah, like super early on.
Yep.
So if people want to see some of his videos, again, I've said it before, X Factor Hates You has a few of those videos up.
And there's some on Snail, so Bass Snail.
Yeah, Boss Snail.
There's video there. There's video there.
So going to the next row, again, this whole row, if you just want to pass it, you can do the XY trick with the Dark Dragon Blade. And I think that'll break you 600,000 the whole time, but the farming aspect of it can be a little frustrating. So Fateful Confrontation 1, the average is 675, and that's learning how to jump on their head, do the shuriken trick.
Trick.
Yeah, I think that's almost pretty straightforward. I think Kel did his with the Lunar, and I think I did mine with the Dobby just to get past it, because all you need is one mess up, runaway lightning into a Fiend Sealer, and you're dead, or one counter. I got countered by the clone, and he countered me to death, that bitch. But it's
interesting
funny
also to see that Kel took that entire row, pretty much, except the last one. And he put a lot of time into them, I think.
Yeah, on the last one, not to skip ahead, but I don't know if that'll ever be beat, because the thing that got the final UT and it was just super lucky. So it's interesting to see if anyone actually ever beats FC5.
Is that you that has that, or it's Ryu that has that?
I've got the video high score.
Well, let's get to that. We'll get to that. We'll get to that.
Yeah, we'll get to that.
All right, go ahead.
So, Fateful Confrontation, we understand jumping on the heads, incendiary trick. Going here for Fateful Confrontation 2, same thing. A lot of it.
That's around the corner, right?
Yeah. Well, I think I chose the incendiary trick at first, and I just because I had a hard time. Again, this is where movement comes into play, because if you're a little bit off, that clone will catch you.
He's fast.
Yeah,
he's fast. I mean, he's you, right? So.
Yeah. Well, he's not me. If he was me, I would kick his. I would be.
A little more sloppy. That's
right.
What you're saying.
Right. Exactly. I don't mind saying that. But the average is 703. But you can run back and forth around the corner, because using the incendiary trick that I use, the incendiary damages from the initial stick, then it damages when it explodes, and then you get extra damage of you connecting with your UT. Whereas going around the corner back and forth is you're not doing that extra damage, and I think that's what Kel did. And this is where, going back to that games done quick guy, was his demise, because I think he said he broke 800 something or close to 900.
Yeah, I think he had like 820 or something.
Yeah, and it got higher. It got higher before he finally deleted his channel. So again, running back and forth and hiding around the corners to charge up UTs, I think, are about the safe way to. But this one's not as hard as FC1 in terms of using the other strat.
No, because you have the environment.
Yeah, the environment really helps.
Like
you
kind of cover yourself a little bit. The other one, you're more in a cage and you have limited movement. So
anything above any little farming on this versus the Davi XY trick is is it going to be worth the points? That's something that people is 100,000. On the flame clone, or the flail clone, is that worth the hassle of getting fiend sealered to death or countered to death? I mean, it's that's something people have to figure out. Same thing for this whole row.
Yep.
And then going to Fateful Confrontation 3, again, I think I did this with the Davi instead of the Lunar, or the Chucks. I think he did it with the Chucks. But the average on this is 734. And again, your timing of when to jump on to trigger the platform to go up and down. If you're not
release,
if you're not fast in your menu and it takes you an extra half a second, you're not going to charge or be completely charged. And I think my video shows that sometimes you get hit even when you don't think you're going to get hit coming down. And versus where Kel's doesn't. So maybe I don't understand the pattern for that as well as Kel. I mean, obviously, he's 80,000, 90,000 points ahead of me. But I think peace of mind of doing it with either whatever the faster way was. I think it might have been the nunchucks I did it with. You could also do that with the flails and kill it pretty fast and still score over 700. So. I think that's any other comments on this from JTB? I know you haven't had a chance to say anything.
No, not really. I mean, as I said, I feel like the clones are one of those things that are fairly simple. It's just they can go wrong. Like the clones just do so much damage when they actually hit you. I mean, pretty much any clone on this row. I mean, 2-3 hits, 2-3 clean hits, and you're dead.
Yeah,
you can't really make mistakes against them at all. So really study up on those strategies. If you're really going to go for farming on those guys. Yeah, because you'll always get over 600 doing the XY strategy, as long as you're efficient with it. And if you understand the timing of it to before they get up to press your X and Y again. I think that's safe to where you can beat their ass down for this whole row versus them beating your ass down if you try to farm them.
Yeah, that's well said though. It is that. Yeah.
So now this mission right here.
This made me sad here. You want to know why? Because Fat Man had that score for that, and I thought it would never be beaten.
Yeah, he did.
Because I was thinking, the Chuck is the best method, and then you see Kel, come up with this big dick gamer energy, I should say, and he's there with the the windmill shuriken and the lunar 1-hit UT, and totally blows out the strategies on this mission because of that. Totally changed it.
Oh yeah,
was a 180. It's impressive though that he came up with that. Props to
because the average is 723, and that's with the lunar average. And I will again shout out to xBIGALSKIx. He told me about this before Kel had made the video, and he had. And I'm not saying that Kel took that strat from him because Siberian never made any videos. He made a couple clips on his Xbox, and you used to be able to go back and look at other people's clips, but Xbox has changed that now. And it's a shame because going back to CG3, the lunar strat and the positioning and stuff. Again, he had some really some good scores and some good strats, but he scored 880.
I wish I had seen that actually. I wish I had seen that.
It's a shame. I hope he's doing well. I've said that before, but he had like 880 on this score, I think, or something like that.
Pretty high.
Yeah, so pretty high, higher than the nunchuck average, but not as high as Kel. And Kel, you have to play that strat perfect.
Yep.
You do, yeah.
And understand if you get out of the perfect zone, how to reset it to perfect. And if I tried it a few times, and I'm like, screw this. I'm just going to go with the tried and true nunchucks.
Yeah. But I mean, the score though for nunchuck is still fairly good overall with what you get. I think.
Oh, it is.
Yeah. I mean, I got 755, but look at that. He scored almost 200,000 points higher. So that is, if people want to put in the time and can understand the pattern, if I had to farm one mission on this row, it would be this one.
Yeah, because it's the one you can get the highest amount of points.
Yeah. So, I think watch Kel's video and see what he does, and if you compare it to mine or some of the other things, you'll definitely see the difference. But you want to use the environment, like you said, using the environment to your advantage for farming is a key in all of this, except for maybe the maybe 1 and 5 because it's a flat surface. Pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, 5. I guess that kind of leads us into 5.
There you go.
Reasonably well.
I just led us into it.
It's the thing with this mission is I remember Ryu Hayabusa's post on the old forum from it. It's super rare, but sometimes on like the final kind of 15% ish of the clone's health bar, you'll stick him with an incendiary, or you can windmill shuriken him away from you, and he'll actually light up ninpo, but he'll do it after he gets up. So he'll stand up and then like walk towards you, and then just do an inferno ninpo. And because you don't have celerity in that mission, that's the only way you can get a UT. It's the only way you've got enough time to charge a full UT, and that's the pattern that he got on that 658 run.
Wow.
So that's why you think nobody's gonna beat that, because you would just need to get that.
Yeah. I'll say this, like, I've played that mission a lot, and I've only ever seen that once.
Right.
Like, ever. And that wasn't on a setup where I could do it, but I've only ever seen him do, like, the get up, walk towards you Inferno one time. So, that is extremely rare. That's, so I mean, because my video high score is not trying to blow my own trumpet, but, like, it's damn near perfect. Like, I don't waste any time. Like, I hit every single setup. I get every ET. There's no time wasted at all. It's just if I'd have got that extra UT instead, that would have been like the 9,000 points that I didn't get.
Right.
Yeah. It's just one of those things. But that's another mission too. Like that lunar clone. I mean, half a combo and you're dead with that lunar. It's crazy. Yeah. How much damage he does to you. It's funny how you don't fight a lunar clone in story mode, actually.
No.
And I'll tell you, like, just go, like, fire that mission up on Master Ninja and just let him hit you. Like, just watch how much damage he does to you.
Yeah, I tell you what, it's and the thing about this mission is, if you look at my score, 620. Well, the average on this is 616. So all I did to get 620 is I got a perfect speed run of XY with the Dabi. And I just didn't want to mess with the extra, few thousand points that I would get by ETing him. And so again, I could sit there and struggle with this for a few days or something for 30,000 extra points if I'm perfect like JTB. Yeah, it's not worth it for me.
Yeah, it's definitely not worth it.
Yeah. So this whole mission right here, like I'll repeat it one last time. If you want to just get through it, XY. If you had to farm one, maybe FC2, but definitely FC4.
FC4.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, 4 is probably the easiest overall.
Yeah. So
easy with the very heavy asterisk at the end of that.
Well, this right here we were talking about a little bit beforehand.
Yeah.
Battlefield of the Abyss 1. The average, though, is only 704.
Yeah, it's low. I'm gonna give it a shot, by the way. With you told me, like not anytime soon, but I really want to try the JTB talked about, farming the black crab possibly with the chuck at the end. I think that's definitely the key, and let him Mirai like kill them after you farm them a little bit and such.
Yeah.
Because I think I started off this video. So you have 2 brown imps at the beginning, or it's either 2 or 3, and I kill them with the ET. I kill both of them with a single ET. So instead of 10,000 potential points, I got 2,000. And then, I UT'd, what's his face? Fiend Mirai. And then when the next enemies came out, the pink imps, I did the same thing. I think I killed 2 of them with an ET. So my score could have been at least, 30 or 40,000 points higher if I hadn't have killed multiple enemies with the ET. If I'd gotten a UT, then I think, you could get higher. I mean, I got close to SNES high score, but when you look at his high score versus what's out there on the real high score, I mean, that's a lot of points. And like you said, I think it comes, what JTB says about letting Fiend Mirai maybe kill the crabs, but again, that's not safe or easy. I
gotta admit, I'm kind of tempted to fire that up just now, just to see, if how you play that.
Yeah, I'd be really curious though, to because if you do that and you get close to 100k plus, then that's that, but that's what I'm wondering, because he can also not go up and then go. Good luck farming those crab when Mirai is not up. Yeah, that's the main problem, and then he lose you a lot of time to this, and so many things that comes into play in this one. It's a hard mission, and it's funny when you think about it too, because Mirai, isn't it one of the only boss I think in the entire story mode that they don't give him minion? But then if you want to get that experience of Mirai in mission mode, it's pretty rough.
Yeah,
really
exactly.
different.
Yeah.
Well, the flip side to that is, what's wrong with trying to UT one of the brown imps and then letting Mirai kill a brown imp and letting him respawn?
Well, I don't know. Doesn't a UT kill a brown imp though?
No, well, it kills one of them, but if you don't hit both of them, you still have the other one around. You could maybe jump on their head to stun them and let Mirai fly into them, or with his big ass shurikens or something. I mean, maybe that's another option.
You could, but the thing with the UT patterns is that Mirai doesn't do his summon. When he summons the dragon.
Right.
Yeah.
He doesn't do that until he's at very low health.
Oh, I understand that, but no, I'm just saying with him, how he'll torpedo at you. Well, if he torpedoes into a brown imp, or
well, maybe then I would do it maybe more with the sliding imp, so they have a higher chance of surviving, like the UT from
you could
celerity, and then you let them charge so they can die. Maybe, because the thing is with the crab is, you're right, they're quite tanky, so it doesn't mean because you do one UT with the chuck that Mirai is gonna kill them with a hit next time, so
right.
Yeah, it could. Honestly, this one is one I think we would need to kind of lab it a little more, because the strategy, I mean, I'm not putting down the snare or anything with the strategy, it's just I think it's a very basic strategy, for X amount of point you go with WT all the way, and then you'll get that type of score. But if you want to go for the world record, there's something else going on in here, I think.
Well, and I think that's SNES said, and I'm sure if I could ever get him on one of these things, which I don't think I'll be able to, he's just doesn't want to do that, but he never fully believed in randomize, and there was a few people on the board that didn't fully believe in randomize, because he would come up with this score, and then SNES like, well, look, I made this video and you're 100,000 points higher, how are you doing that? And sometimes he wouldn't share everything, and maybe it goes back to what we were talking about, that he was farming the crabs, or maybe killing one imp, and then if Mirai killed the other imp, it respawn, and just kind of like how Godfather did on the beetle in the Abysmal Lair missions. Maybe that could happen. But maybe
that's the thing. Maybe at the strat, and you had that old mentality of what, I'm not sharing it because I want to keep my score. That's a logical explanation, because some of his things, I thought at first, we're coming up on one of those missions that I thought he cheated for sure, on the other one.
Right.
And then when I understood, I'm like, okay, but at the same time, even though a score is realistic technically, it's really the thing of sharing, because you told me that, Big Al, I learned that from you back in the day. Remember when I wanted to try strat for myself?
Yeah, you're a little punk.
And I mean, no, but it's true.
You're a nice guy now.
It's better to realize that early than to later on, because if you continue with that type of attitude, like, you always stay like that. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
you'll always be like, you know what, I got the score, I'm not sharing the strategy for that. And that, I think, is just being a bad sport, because from that, somebody else that's maybe better than you might find with that strat another thing that will push the score, but because you as an individual, you want to keep your score, you're not sharing any of that. And I don't know, I like, right now in my time in life, I totally disagree with that type of mentality,
right.
Because I think it restricts the game from being to
evolve,
to a better place, to being better than it could be, like, so.
And it sort of restricts the growth as well of the scene. I know that's something that I've always like really championed. I think, like, the old scene and still the community now, but it was always like extremely welcoming. You never, especially in the days of Iberians, like, that was kind of where the best players were. And there was never a sense of, oh, I'm not gonna go there because they're all too good and they'll just think I'm terrible. And it's like, no, like, it doesn't matter how good you are. Like, it's more about the people that are here.
Yeah,
right.
That's the more important thing.
And the sharing and like all of that. So yeah. But so to go back to randomize is really, I know he was French because I talked to him a couple of times on like PM, but is that thing where I remember one mission I asked him for a strategy and he was just like so fucking vague, with what he told me, and I was just like, really, dude? That's your strat? That's what you're telling me that you did? But I think, like, there's something else going on behind that, and I think that was regarding, I think, Descent of the Fiend 4 back then, and I think really realized with what he told me that he left out some stuff, back then I remember he did not tell me, look, you need to get your 50 and all of that, but you need to make sure you get like every single essence from the enemy. I remember him telling him that I needed to focus on the ogre, but for the world record it's much more than that. So there was thing like I feel like he left out regarding strategies, and that's the only thing I think that would kind of hold against him more, because the game could have probably been to that level back then if he was just willing to share his strat, due to the fact that he clearly did not want to make videos. So yeah, but
well, it was a different time. Yeah, like you're
that's
saying,
me,
back then it was 2005, 2006. Again, a lot of people didn't make videos, or they definitely weren't as easy as they are now. So, but I'm glad going forward that the community has been more open. And I mean, how can you not be with the video making today? So it's
that's the biggest difference, I think. It's just, I mean, like, both consoles now, I say both, but I mean, there's it's funny how you think of both, but like, there's like PS4, Xbox One, and the new ones, all of them have like recording literally built into them.
Now,
it's I mean, I cannot stress enough like how much like we would have killed for that, back in 2004.
Oh yeah. I made a video of my and I wish I'd made it separately now, but I made a video on my I think it was chapter 16 of my normal run, and me and JTB, since it was going to be short with Fiend Mirai, we talked about the video process of how it was back then, and it's really kind of lost in that normal walkthrough of Ninja Gaiden Black, whereas I should have made it separate, because it was very interesting of how difficult and hard it was, and compared to what it is now. Yep. So this is the video or the mission that Godfather was talking about with the strategy, and I will say before you get into talking about it, the average on this is only 896. So there was a few people, I think Ninja of Sorrow had a higher score, and he tried to say you used to hide behind the pillars and use the Dark Dragon Blade and let the reach of that hit the ghost fish. And the way that Godfather shows this now, it's something similar to that, but take it away, Godfather.
Yeah, well, I mean, but I'm taking no credit for this. So it's where we were talking about this War Phoenix, kind of would have kind of used this strat, and I don't think he had made video on it, so he went and explained it to me with a little novel that I read, and I was thinking, damn, this guy like is going into, you know, a lot of depth to explain to me that strategy, and it took me a little bit to realize, but long story short is that there's way to position yourself in that area without recentering your camera. And that's another thing, like when you're used to playing that game, it's something that you do kind of instinctive to recenter your camera.
And I'm having a hard time at that. I'm just letting you know.
That's what I was gonna say. In this mission, you have to kind of throw that out of the window, and you have to be like, I'm not centering the camera. Because how it works is that Doku, as soon as he's off camera and you're charging, he's just gonna go totally like idle. He's not doing anything. He's not active in that specific moment, you know. And you can kind of use that to your advantage. But to get to that type of score, it just takes such a specific pattern, because it roughly takes something like you need to kill about 8 ghost fish, so that you have sometimes 2 alive, so that you can like get the essence of the first 8, then kill the next 2 and get a 1-hit lunar UT on Doku, and then, you know, repeat the process along the way. And it's such, you know, it's a bit like Descent of the Fiend 4 in that sense, is that you need such a specific pattern to get like that higher score, and you also need to take risk, like, you know, when he's going for, what is it, a 6 or 7 hit combo, you need to actually like roll jump away at the perfect distance and try to do a lunar UT by the time he does that, and then you have to release at the right time where he throws his sword, so that when he comes back you only get 1 hit in. But anyway, it's a lot more precise than what people might think, and it's not, though. It's a really frustrating mission for score. And
in terms of what you're getting.
Yeah.
That's the thing that I want to make perfectly clear. The stuff that we're talking about with JTB and Godfather Dictator is getting these higher end scores. What I'm talking about is
the average.
Not only seeing the average or what I've got, but how to increase that. So again, I wasn't trying to cut you off. I just didn't want to, scare people off.
Technically, what you could do though in this mission, if you like, just want to go for a good score, don't worry about keeping extra fish alive. Just kill them all the first wave, get all the essence, Gleaming Blade, Doku, and repeat. That will probably get you easily over 900,000, I would say.
Well, I'm at 932 right now, not even doing that.
Yeah, so there you go. So I think even maybe close to 1 million, So if you do that, it's gonna work out, and it's much less annoying because you don't have also to rely on. The thing is with leaving people, ghost fish are people now. Leaving ghost fish alive is that it's just on Doku, on when you're doing the Dark Dragon Blade UT and he's coming towards you, he has to do like that side slash that will kill the extra one. So sometimes if he just goes into block, he's not attacking you and then you're killing all the fish, but if you're not going for that top score, that's all right. Get all the essence with Benediction, they're worth a lot, and then you do that for each wave and you're good to go.
Yeah, I think so. Not adjusting your camera, learning how to do that, doing what he says probably gets me 1 million. Okay. And and gets other people. And again, that strategy, when you look at what the average was only 860. And I go back through that. What are we on here? We're on Battlefield of the Abyss 2. There was only a couple people over 900, and Sned had 915, and I beat him by, my score was 18,000 points higher. So the strategy that we went by, or they went by back in the day, wasn't anywhere what you have right now. So there's a new updated strat to get.
Yeah, and Randomize knew that, by the way. He knew that because he was at 1071, so he knew that. He just never shared with anyone, I guess.
Right. So going to this next one here, whenever I first started playing this, that was that thought. You have to get all 50 UTs on Marvis. You have to try to collect some essence from the bat. You have to kill the berserkers. You can't use elixirs or supplies. And after going through that and JTB and I talking about it, this is one of those missions again. If you can kill all the imps or all the enemies and then collect some of the essence, maybe have a decent 50 UTs on Marbus in terms of time, and then if Marbus kills the Berserker even both times, or
that's no big deal. That's only 6,000 points.
Yeah, and then even if you have to use 1 or 2 elixirs, you can still break 1,000,000. So this, I'm saying on this mission right here, don't let this bog you down, because this is one of the missions that can bog you down. The average on this is only 926, and not a single person.
That's like 200k.
Yeah, not a single person on my list broke 1,000,000 points. The highest score was 985 by platinum. Again, this is on his old scores, but
yeah.
So this is hard enough as it is, and I show a big blooper video on it. Godfather did this no damage. What was your no damage score, Godfather? You didn't do UTs, but did you kill all the enemies and the berserkers and everything too, or did Marbus kill one? Do you remember?
I don't think he's back yet.
Oh, he left. I'm sorry, I didn't know.
He just had to duck out for a second.
Oh, okay, I didn't hear him say that.
Yeah, it's a good, like this is one of those missions, and this is another mission too where it's so easy to just get lit up in the blink of an eye by like a minion and Marbus, and then you're dead.
Well, remember that slide I showed of the damage I took from him dive bombing and catching me near to the wall, and I lost like 85% of my health or something?
He bounced you against the wall? Oh my god.
Oh, well, if you get a chance, or I'll send you the, or I'll time link it or something, but it was on my little blooper video, but I got like flying swallowed as he was dive bombing. His dive bomb went through me, then it lifted me back up in the air, and then he finished landing on me, and I literally lost 80 to 85% of my health in one shot. It was so cool. But anyway.
Cool a little bit, in a matter of speaking.
Yeah. But I really got bogged down on this, like I said earlier. I felt I had to do it a certain way, and at the grand scheme of things, if I had used a couple of elixirs, I still would have broke 1,000,000. If he'd killed the Berserker, I still would have broke 1,000,000. With even using the elixirs, or right at it, right? It's
but it's cool. It's cool you committed though, because you got a decent score there, like 1,075.
Yeah,
pretty damn good.
Kel got I think Kel got all of the essence, and was a little bit faster. And you can be fast all you want, but when that Berserker comes out, and you feel a little comfortable, and the Berserker starts sliding around, if he's transformed and Marbus is diving, you've got, again, eyes in the back of your head.
Yep.
And so this right here is, you could actually even maybe run around and let Marbus kill the Berserker. If
honestly, I'd almost recommend that.
Yeah.
you can also, when Marbus starts doing his, his flame pillars, it's pretty easy to just bait the Berserker into coming towards you, and he'll just walk into them, and Marbus will then throw all of them at the same spot, and it's actually quite funny because the Berserker looks like he's kind of dancing. He just gets hit by them over and over and over and over again.
That does stagger him though every time he gets hit by those.
Yeah, and that'll get the Berserker to rage, that'll get the Berserker to berserk, and then one dart Dragon Blade forward Y and a dive bomb, and he's dead. So it's actually quite easy to kind of trick Marbus into killing them.
Yeah, I wouldn't. This is definitely the one mission where, or there's a couple of them, but this is one. Hey, if he kills the Berserker, fine, go ahead. Godfather was talking about and Descend of the Fiends 4. Yeah,
that's not the ogre in there.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah, it's because all he's going to drop is blue essence at the end, whereas the ogre is going to drop, UT'd essence, yellow essence for you to collect. So I got hung up on this for a few weeks, trying to do it a specific way, and hey, I got it. But once JTB and I talked about it on the commentary, to give me some peace of mind, if I'd used 2 small elixirs, or let him kill both berserkers instead, then I still would have broken 1,000,000.
It's all planned though for a top 10 for Big Al. That was all the planned thing.
Yeah, right. I still haven't decided on that, but I need to. And but so.
Comment mission, down below and let us know. Should Big Al go for top 10?
Ignore that. I'm gonna delete that part and it's going to be silence. It's like, what was the silence there? It's like, that's when they said he's supposed to go for the top 10. But, and we'll talk about that at the end, about the top 10 real quick. But going towards Battlefield of the Abyss 4 with the UF clone.
UF clone. Yeah.
Yeah, the average on that is 468. And I scored just a little bit over that with a couple of ETs or UTs or something. But if you want that higher score, you're going to have to learn his pattern with the ET farming.
Or the Chuck.
Yeah, the Chuck ET farming. And to me, this is again one of those missions. It's not worth it for me. What do you guys think?
No, I would say the same. I mean,
I'd
look
agree,
at the score and the high score though.
And,
I wouldn't
and also
mark
the
that.
UF clone. I mean, once he gets to like 25%-ish health, he gets the first damage buff. He hits you twice, you're dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
And then
Regular hit, anything will kill
Yeah.
you.
You know what would be so
literally
strong?
Whatever he does. Yeah.
Yeah, if he's like, just a sliver of health and you go to ET him and you whiff and he just fours wide you and you just fly across the screen.
His,
dead.
the like UT move that they do with the UF where he jumps up and down with no essence?
Mm-hmm.
At low health, that does one-shot you, even at full health.
Yeah. Could you imagine if he could Fiend Sealer you?
Can he?
Well, I mean, yeah, the clones can. I've never been
Can?
Fiend Sealed by the UF clone.
Yeah, because I've never seen that. That's the only reason why I assumed he didn't.
Yeah. Heavyweight, I mean, the Debilero clone has gone for Fiend Sealers before. So,
Wow.
yeah, I mean, I'd hazard a guess that probably kills you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would be funny, though, to get that on tape. If it did. I've never seen
about
it.
Yeah, I'd say the heavy weapon, the only other heavy weapon clone is the Debilero clone. So it's it'd be interesting.
Because does the True Dragon Sword try to Fiend Sealer you, or the Lunar?
Yep. Yeah, true. Yeah, all the others do.
Okay,
So,
okay.
Yeah, I would assume the UF clone can do it.
God, that would be
Yeah,
so
that's
funny
what I
if
think
you were
too.
at full health. I mean, it couldn't be anywhere as embarrassing as one Fiend Sealer from the Flail clone, and there's 80% of your health gone.
I mean, thinking about it though, the UF clone, your low health Fiend Sealer on him in that mission almost one shots him.
no.
Yep.
So
Well, fair,
his
finally.
is definitely gonna kill you. Yeah, but yeah, I suppose that is one instance where the damage is quite even.
Yeah, that's so again, this one right here, watch Kel's video if you want to understand the ET Chuck farming, but if not, you could just XY, but it's hard to XY him because you have the minions. So I think I just used wall jumped a little bit, used the UF because I like the damage from the UF UT, whether it hits him or not, or the minions. You don't. If you use a couple other, like you could use the Dobby and it go towards him or something and miss the minions, or I just wanted to get past it.
You have the awesome ninja on the Doku when you go low LUF, that just roll in the UFUT and they're just like, no,
Yeah,
not having it.
yeah. So this right
That's
here,
virtually.
another one of the missions. Hey, just get through it. I don't think you have any supplies at all in this one. I don't think. Right?
I wouldn't, but I wouldn't sweat though, as you say, farming that for top score. Not
Yeah.
worth it.
Or anyway. So, but this next one is definitely one that people want to farm. The dual clones.
I have something to mention about that mission
Yep.
to JTB. Actually, I'm curious about it.
Well, the average was 926. Nobody had broken a million.
a million.
So up until I think Ninja of Sorrow had something up. I think, or maybe was it it wasn't Mr. Master, I don't think, was it? But
Because if it was Ninja of Sorrow, that was this no damage, no nimpo,
Okay,
because
okay.
he did do that. I don't think it was the score one. But one thing I'm curious though with that, maybe you'll be able to answer me on top of your head, JTB, because I don't know. Like I checked both mission and I think I see a little bit of difference there, but there's a mission that corresponds to that mission in Sigma, right? I think it's in Giant of the Underworld, if I remember. Instead, it's Giant of the Underworld.
The dual clone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so Kel gets that here, like a mil 57, and Amorphorize, same mission, gets almost 1.1. He gets like 96 on Sigma.
Yeah.
Is there a difference with like those two from NGB to Sigma that makes
there's a huge difference on the clone. So the clones in Sigma, if you kill, well, it's not a difference on the clones, it's more a difference on the way the mission mode ends. In Sigma, the game waits for your animation to play out. So the strategy in Sigma is you would kill the clones with the Dark Dragonblade UT, and you'd get them to low enough health where the first hit kills them. So they start dying and they start, releasing their essence.
But they let the animation, that Dark Dragon finish, so then you can absorb the essence. All right, so that's pretty much the point discrepancy there from why Kel is that much lower. All right, that's all I wanted to know, because I was curious. I watched both video and I was like, that's weird, but I didn't see that little difference where they let you play the animation.
You don't actually see the essence get absorbed, you just see it disappear, but it does actually get collected.
It does. All right.
And because of the way the essence works, just a quick recap for anyone that doesn't remember, like the most a single essence orb can hold is like 65k and change. So if you UT a clone, pretty much every single clone, bar like the Debilero and Dragon Sword clone, put that essence like over that limit, so you get the excess, but that's still probably going to be like 10 grand. So even if it's only that, it's like 50k like right there just from getting that UT.
So it's huge. So you can
I show the breakdown on my video. Well, we went and talked about normal essence, ET'd essence, UT'd essence, and also with the benediction, which way to get. You definitely want to kill one of the clones with, is it the you ET, preferably the flail clone, and then don't collect it with benediction, or
no, because it's 20 grand, and if you grab that with benediction, no,
it's 60 grand if you ET them.
That's it. It's 20 grand base, so an ET is 60. But if you was to absorb that with benediction, the 10% boot, the 20% boost would put it over 72,000. So you'd only get the 8 grand, like kind of spillover.
And I will say on this mission, wall jumping at first, to get rid of the flail. You definitely want to get rid of the flail clone.
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned that. I was going to say something super important about this too, but go ahead.
I was just going to say that. I mean, don't be afraid to wall jump, but if they switch places somehow and you start damaging the lunar clone, start over. That's because a lot of your points at the end of it are going to be UTs on, or ETs or UTs on the lunar clone, and you want to have him at full health. But wall jumping with the Dark Dragon Blade, having good movement, getting back and forth down the corridor and around the corner. Again, my movement's so excuse me.
That's all right.
Go ahead and say what you're going to say, Godfather. I got to get some water.
Right. So what I wanted to say is, I don't know, because you wouldn't even technically need to watch it, because I was done. But when I had done, my no damage, no ninpo of this mission, it's not particularly a hard mission to do, but I had found a way, like 100% on NGB, with a certain specific wall attack that you literally always like hit the play clone, like always with that specific thing. So I don't know if you guys ever like watch how I did it. Maybe not, because I don't think it's an important mission, but I literally get, the flail clone, all my Dark Dragon Blade attack, they connect every time. And I found that the trick to do it, maybe you will know about it, JTB, like probably, but is that you don't let Ryu like bird flip off the wall to go into a wall attack. So you bird flip, and then as you get into a wall cling, you don't re-jump, but you use that part of the attack to wall attack, if that makes sense. And for some reason, the clone gets confused with that, and he just stays idle there, and you like always hit him. It's 100%. So if there's people that have a hard time with that, they're like, I struggle to kill one of the clone. In that no damage, no ninpo video, I show how I do it, and I pretty much kill the fell clone in, I'll tell you, in time, it's exactly 30 seconds, and in time in the game, and the fell clone is dead with that.
Yeah, I think that's something that I've talked about so much, is like, the differences between the bird flip attack and like the instant wall attack. Yeah, and that's just a great example of it as well. And,
so he's doing the instant wall attack, whereas in my video, I was doing the bird flip attack, because my success rate on that wasn't anywhere what yours was, Godfather.
Yeah, it's always it. It always it. If you do it properly, the one I do it, I tested it many times. I put my hand in the fire. If I lie, it always it. If you do it properly, always.
So, well, yeah, I mean, that means a lot, and I wish I had known that and demonstrated that in the video, because if you waste even 30 or 40 seconds trying, missing or him blocking your bird flip attack, that's going to hurt your score at the end of it. So yeah, if you can be more consistent.
Yeah, like if you want, wait, I'll share the video here, like for later, if you guys want to check it, because it's only like the first 30 seconds anyway. So.
Yeah. But hopefully, if people watch this and remember, go to his video and check it out and see what he's talking about. Because I think what I'm going to have to do, this actually took way longer than we thought it was going to. But it's great information, and I hope people watch it.
I'm having a good time, like.
But I'm going to timestamp each mission, or each mission, so people can go to, because I don't think people are going to have the 3 or 4 hours to sit in one time to listen. Maybe they have something, but yeah, this is Godfather's like, how long do you think it's going to take? I'm like, well, at least an hour.
At least an hour, yeah.
So, but
that's
anyway,
like barely a minute per mission.
Yeah. Well, again, I didn't want to overdo it or scare people. We always go longer than we think. But on this, so the rest of this mission is again your movement around the corner, and you're moving around the pillar at the end. And if you have to go, and like I said, if you watch mine versus Kel's, and I hope people do that, to really clean up your movement, because I hit like the corner little lip that comes out from the area that you enter in from, and before that first pillar to your right, I seem to catch that a lot. And this is watching this and me go zigzag versus straight. I think I even asked JTB, I'm like, do you even know where I'm going here? Because I don't. It's like, how did I end up in between the two pillars? Oh my God. But this right here, if you don't, now this is one right here. If you don't collect this with ET, either one of the clones, but preferably the flail clone, if you don't ET him, you might as well start over, because that's 300,000 in game.
Yeah. Or on that note though, like if you really wanted to just play it a bit safer, you could just kill one of the clones normally, and then you'd actually be able to use Benediction. Obviously, it wouldn't be anywhere near as many points, but it would still be a noticeable boost. Because that's one thing I feel like people might not think about, is they might kill the clone and then see that essence and think, oh, I'll go for a UT. Then you've just you've chucked loads of points away.
Yeah.
If you try that.
Right.
Yeah, loads.
Right. And then the rest of it is hiding around the corner. If you can positioning, doing single hit UTs or a couple hit UTs, because I missed a few of them, and then I think I missed 3 UTs in that video. So if you look right there, there's another 40 or 30 something thousand points or whatever, 37,500 that I could have gotten. So I think or if you hit them with 4 or 5 hits in a row. But the main thing for me is to kill him. If you want to get the 900s or close to it, kill him with the ET, collect the essence without the benediction, and then whatever happens at the end is fine, because you're going to get 800,000 to 900,000 with that. Mm-hmm. And anything else is bonus in terms of UTs on one of the clones. So the other, it's funny that this is called Got You, or that's what we name it, because that's what it is.
It is a great, I don't know what the word is, like, but it's a
acronym
great,
or something like that.
Acronym, or abbreviation, maybe abbreviation.
I guess it's very fitting.
Right.
What this phase really is.
So, on this mission right here, the average was 623. And all I did here was, I think, speed kill. I think I had it on video to where I got a wall jump damage with the low health UF, and it killed them both or something. But there was a couple things that I did on this video. But 607, I decided not to farm this at all, because again, the average, I think, like I said, was only 623, and I wasn't the way to farm this. Godfather shows it perfectly. Kill Alma and then Lunar UT Doku. Or maybe you could Lunar UT Doku, or kill Doku and then ET, or do the knockdown method on Alma with the nunchucks and try to get the UT. Either way, the farming wasn't something I wanted to do. What about you guys? What do you think? Is it better to kill Alma and then farm Doku, or kill Doku and then farm Alma?
Yeah, I think I would definitely say kill Alma first too.
Okay.
Because you can pretty much knock her down. One A straight slash, then the XY, XXX with the UF. You do that twice, and she's pretty much dead. So after that, this way you can focus on Doku, and how Doku works. Sometimes you can be lucky with the pattern that you get, and if you hit him with the first hit of the Lunar, and then he blocks a part of it, and then you can do one hit Lunar UTs and such if you're lucky. So I would definitely say farm Doku. It's a lot more manageable compared to Alma.
I will say in this arena, be careful of wall clings. Make sure your movement's good, to where you don't think you're going to on landing clip the wall and then do the come down with the wall jump. So to me, it just wasn't worth the amount of points.
No, I would say I would agree with that too. One thing I can say though about that mission, similar to Descent of the Fiend 4, I'm really happy about that score, because it was it was also a no damage, no ninpo when I was going for that. So that's not something that I kind of aim for when I'm going for score, but it's that extra, that extra point, I guess, that just makes it that much better. So I'm really happy with the score that I come up with this mission.
So in this row right here, if you're playing for score, 2 and 3, this mission and the next missions are the ones you want to focus on, and we'll get to the other ones a little bit later on.
Yep. That's pretty straightforward, right? You dispatch anyone but Marbus, and you farm Marbus.
Yeah, and I think so. This is Giants of the Underworld. So the average on here was a million. 75, and I didn't, or 1,076,000, and I didn't get that because I hadn't farmed Marbus in a while, and I just I think I just wasn't aggressive enough, and I was running out of time. And in order to get those 50 UTs, and especially going into something that randomize does, you really got to go for speed. Because if you watch Snez's high score on this, and congratulations to Snez, he's had this record for a very long time. He's pretty fast with it, and he shows that Lunar UT method on the drop down versus the chucks. If he drops down on you or slams down on you, your timing better be good. Because again, if you miss with the chucks, if you're a little early, you're going to whiff. And if you're a little late, you're going to get grabbed on. The Lunar, you can actually control it a little bit better.
Yeah, and he has a good bit of health. Even I tested that a little bit. If you go with Lunar, you can still get 50 UT with the Lunar, unless you get a lot of hidden when he comes down. But yeah, you could still get it.
Well, I think he did that if you wanted to stay aggressive. But if I, if I had taken some damage and I wanted the Armlet of Tranquility to bring my health back up, I would kind of let him do the dive bomb. And there's a way you can roll from that. I'd always wait till the last minute and roll to the side. So sometimes I would get more than one hit UTs on him, or single hit UTs. Whereas if you look at Kel, he kind of runs a little forward and rolls forward to where he doesn't have to worry about getting those extra hits and stuff. He didn't have to worry about that swing around grab that he'll try to do with the arm. So this one's pretty straightforward. This is one of the missions that, even if you don't get all your 50 UTs, this is definitely one that you want to use. And if you had to, if you had to use an elixir or two, if you can get your 50 UTs for some peace of mind, it's not the end of the world.
But don't you have tranquility down there either? So
But I'm saying at the end, if you let if something happened, I'm just saying, if you wanted to,
you could always
do that.
it.
But
I'm curious though to know what would be randomized ending time for these two scores that he had on 2 and 3 because they're like just 3K apart from each other. I'm curious, you know, what health bar and what kind of time you need for like such a score.
Yeah, because you can't really say. I think SNEF finishes pretty much at full health because you have, and I think I finish at full health because you have the Armor of Tranquility on and you're waiting in between diving and stuff like that. I think at this point your UTs are the same. It's not like you're getting essence from Doku, so this has to be time.
Yeah.
So I wish there was a way randomized could, you know, it's been a long time, and if he ever sees this, hey, come out and explain it now. We've already figured out how to get close, so you might as well tell us now.
Well, so yes, but like right now I'm checking Sneh finishing and he's like around 800 seconds.
So
800 seconds. So what would it be for? Dude, that's like a perfect farm run. Optimized it for that extra.
JTB,
like,
you're the math guy here, dude.
When he so Sneh finish around, like, let's see, I'm checking right now. I want to be precise. Let's see.
Yeah, what does Sneh finish?
Okay, so he finish. Checking the time. So he finished 251, 670. I mean, the quality is blurry, and it seems like 817 second, and then he almost has a full health bar. He's missing like a sliver of health.
And randomize is like what, 28k behind, like
ahead. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, that's approaching 2 minutes, 250 points a second.
Wow.
Yeah.
So 2 minutes faster, like which I'd say is actually pretty believable. Like if you get like sometimes like I've had some Morbus farming that unfortunately doesn't go well for the rest of the mission, but if you get like a really good flurry of him just slamming down over and over and over again, you're getting like nigh on back-to-back UTs. So, you know, you're getting a UT every like sort of 7 to 8 seconds.
So what do you think it would be roughly in second left? Because you did say that the second in this game works differently.
Well, I think you said 2 minutes.
It's like 120 less then, roughly. So
yeah, so I'd say about 100 seconds, give or take.
Okay, so
and then,
finishing at 817, then it would need to be roughly around, you finished around 700 second or so with the same, and you would get that. All right.
And
I would give it a shot at some point then.
Well, I was just going to say, you can also bait Marbus to, if you stand right next to him.
Under him,
he's going to do that almost every time. I tried to in my video in order to get my health back up, is I'll run to the other side. And as long as he doesn't fly over to, I always tried to stay away from him in order to get my health back up. But, you know, maybe in hindsight, if I'd just thrown an elixir in and then could have got some more UTs, because I don't think I got on this run right here, I don't think I got all 50 UTs. I think I got 48 or something like that. But yeah, definitely 50 UTs is possible. And doing some extra damage on him. Yeah, that's the other part. With killing Doku, you don't want to do a lot of damage on Marvis.
No.
And, you know, so.
And not at all if possible.
Yeah, because that gives you a lot more freedom on that. But I think that's what kind of hurt me on my score. But still, you know, that score is, even though I didn't make my average, it's because I didn't get enough UTs on Marvis and it took me a little bit longer. But still, overall, you know, if you look at Sneh's top score, you know, I'm only 50k behind that, so that's definitely acceptable. And pretty much the same thing on this one. You want to. I actually had a perfect pattern where I was at low health UF, and I was able to Blade of Neridi Alma and spank her little ass. And
that's perfect.
Yeah, you know, it's fun.
That's gonna say that low health comboing Alma has got to be like one of the most satisfying things in this game.
But that's why I'm looking forward to Guilty New Game Plus.
Yeah, I must admit, the last couple of days, I've really been tempted to just buy the Master Collection on PC and just drop him a message and then ask him, like, you know, how do I get this New Game Plus working? Because
I mean, if I had known, I would have said that you've been backing up the game forever, and I would have asked Koei Tecmo to give you a code, you know, like they did for me, so you wouldn't have to pay for the game.
Oh,
I mean, I don't really mind getting it on Steam because I'll probably just wait for it to be on sale. But
Yeah,
because
fair enough.
I just want the low health UF like from Mirai, Masakado.
oh man, that would be so much
it's like,
fun.
I wanna mess with that, yeah, for sure. Yeah, all of this like Dynamo.
Yeah, I mean it'd be because I think Guilty did show it in NGO 4, and I think the XY with the Dark Dragon Blade like kills Mirai.
Oh, nice.
That's one string kills him.
Yeah.
Well, we can talk about that once it all comes out. I'm not trying to get because I know we get off on a tangent a lot, and all of a sudden you're like, oh man, this is so cool.
Go ahead for Giants of the Underworld 4. Actually, it's nice to see who has the high score for that. For real. I'm always happy to see that.
Well, what I will say on the strategy on 2 and 3, a lot of it is, you know what, if you get hurt or damaged by Doku or Alma and go to low health, that's kind of the easiest way to kill them, but it's also a very easy way to damage Marbus a lot. So, you know, there's kind of a risk reward. So keep that in mind. But again, 50 UTs is your goal, and baiting him, watching Snez video can hopefully help people understand that. And these two missions right here, hey, look at Snap. God, I wish I could get him to come on this. You know, I really do. I think. I'm
happy though to see that's his name there.
Yeah.
I'd like to see that.
And I got to meet him one time. Really nice guy. I think. I guess maybe he's a little shy or something like that. I don't know, but yeah, he's goes back to before I even started playing, and. You know, some of his scores back in the day, his wooden sword runs, his CG, you know, no damage, no hurt, you know, all the stuff, Giants of the Underworld was pretty amazing. And I'll say that the average on CG is 600, or excuse me, Giants of the Underworld 4. The average is 659,000. And these next two missions and the first missions, I just didn't do. You know, I just didn't want to go through the hassle. I was close enough with my 642. So if this one, if you can beat it without using any supplies, I say be happy with that, because farming either one of them is a pain in the ass on this one. And even if you had to use a couple of supplies, I don't think it's the end of the world, you know, to lose out, you know, 40 or 50,000 points if you can still get close to 600. I think Siberian actually had to use a couple supplies on this, and his score was only right at 600, and he still broke 52 overall, I believe.
Yeah.
So
I try, if you can, like, have the foresight, use ninpo first. If you know you're going to get hit, just ninpo out of it first, because the damage that you're going to take in these missions, it's basically going to be a grate that you're going to have to use, and that's 100k versus like one ninpo is only 50. So
yeah, good point.
If you know you're going to get beam me up, then just, you know, ninpo through it.
Yeah,
and you'll be okay.
Now, if you have to use all your ninpo, that's a different thing. But, you know, use it one time for your get out of jail. Maybe, again, it's there's other points and other missions that will more than make up, you know, for this row right here. I think if you people just farm the Marbus missions and just, you know, get past the other ones however they need overall. If they're just going for 50, that'll definitely be, you know, keep your sanity. So I don't think there's much to talk about this in terms of farming. If you had to farm one,
the Chuck, well, you for sure you go for Nikkei.
You farm her. Yeah, she's got way more health.
Yeah. Yes, she does have way more health, and she's also more aggressive too, I think.
Yeah, she's easier to manipulate, and also, like, oddly enough, like, she's got way more consistent stun mechanics.
Yep.
The like, you know, you can stun her far more reliably. Like, Alma's just covered in armor. Like, she'll just armor through so many things you do. Alma just armors right through them. Like,
yeah.
She doesn't do the same amount of damage that Nishay does, but, you know, it's the fact that you can control one and the other one, you know, is a bit more, you know.
Yeah. How many times have you, like,
harder to lock down?
You know, did the hold Y, and it hit her, but she armors through it with her leg grab and grabs you, and then it flips you down, and, you know, there's, you know, 40% of your health or whatever like that.
That's even worse in Sigma, because you can't even get the swing in. You could just get totally stopped. You know,
it's get totally annihilated.
Yeah, it's sad to see.
And then the other mission, and this is something that I mean, this is so amazing to me that randomized so much higher than Kel on this. But this is the one mission, the average on this, and the reason this is higher versus CG4 in terms of the average on this one is 757. So it's kind of 100,000 points higher, and I think that's because you have more supplies, or either that or ninpo in this mission versus the other one.
Ninpo.
Yeah. So that
I
right
think you
there.
have 3 or 4, and in Got You 4, you only have 2.
So that's something I don't think we talked about too much, but your starting supplies in ninpo is going to affect your score. So you look at how low military destruction is. Even though it's like, well, man, I'm killing a boss and 8 other enemies. Why is my score only, under 500,000? It's because you don't have any supplies. Same thing with the UF clone. But here, this was the one mission I just couldn't do. I did it back in the day, that I could do it, no elixirs, and but I just couldn't do it. And I think I spent 6 weeks. And and when I say 6 weeks, I'm not doing it every day for 10 hours a day. I would try it, maybe 5 or 6 times, and then say, screw this, I'm done for today. Let me play something easy. And I just said I'm not going to do it. So, having said that, if I could, knowing what I know now about farming Ishtaros with the lunar, maybe use a couple of supplies and then get down on her. And even if I use those supplies, the lunar UTs that I can make up on Ishtaros might get me my average or even a little bit higher. Well, I don't want to say a little bit higher because then you're going, at least 750, 760. So there is a way to improve my score there, but I might not ever play this one again. What about you guys?
I mean, for speedrunning, it can be fun, but like other than that,
no.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just happy, that I took it out the no damage, no ninpo thing.
And congratulations on that, by the way. To do this.
Yeah, that and MD2 with the last 2. They were the last ones.
I just want to say your Got You 5 made me sick. That you said they're doing no damage, and I think you're like, oh, it took me like 30 tries, and I'm like, yeah, it took me 6 weeks.
No, it took me way more than 30 tries.
I'm just saying something.
It was, it was, trust me, it was like an on and off thing for a long time with these 2 missions. It was something that I was doing it, but I didn't really think it was possible to do it, because the type of pattern you needed for that was just like too oddly specific that I just thought, they would always stay there technically, but
so
I think super lucky somehow,
So I think the difference on the scores was just like 4 UTs or something like that is basically what it turns out to be.
40K.
So
that's 3 UTs and an ET.
Yeah,
is like more accurate. Yeah.
So it's it's a shame that Randomized didn't show more, share more of his strats, but I'm glad as a community we've come to understand them and kind of catch up. But kudos for him, because he did have a lot of doubters, for a very long time. Again, today it's like, well, make a video or it's not real. And back then, we couldn't really say that like we can now, but
yeah, I think that's one thing. I gotta admit, I kind of like that about this era, though. Mm-hmm. I feel like, if someone is going to say, oh, I've done this, this, and this, you think, okay, where's the video?
Yeah.
Because, I think now it's so easy to make a video. I think, the whole, like, oh, I hate, like, one thing that, like, still bugs me now is, like, when someone will say, like, I can't make videos, I think, you won't.
Yeah.
Because you don't want to.
Yeah, say you don't want to.
Videos.
Don't say you can't. Because capture cards are, they're not too terribly expensive, but like JTB says, if you have a console and it can, make a clip or something, you can load that up.
Yeah, but even if it's an old school console, I mean, you can hop on eBay and find like the old Elgatos, like the original HD ones.
Yeah, the first one with the component and such.
Yeah,
and that
you can pick up one of them for like 50 quid. Like, I guess like to some people that might be expensive, but I think coming from the days of recorders and DVDs and software and all that, it's like to be able to pay like 50 quid for one thing that can literally do everything, and you can stream built in, you know, with Elgato stuff. So
Yeah.
you know, that's a pretty amazing deal. You know, so that's a pretty good bargain right there. So.
Yep.
Well, the last one finally is
I'm happy though that Kel got it though. I'm glad to have seen that.
well,
Yeah, this is the only time in the game's history that the Eternal Legend high score is on video.
right, because Pure Grunt had some. Well, first of all, the average on this. Let me get this down. The average on this is 11,582,000.
You didn't farm that big.
Oh no, I haven't farmed it at all. No, that's what I'm saying. If I can farm this, and we'll talk about this closer to the end of the video, but if I can farm this, 52 is definitely possible. 12 million on this is definitely possible. But let's talk about the phases here for a little bit. The first phase, again, all of this is on video, so people can see it. So the main part about the first phase, I think is
getting
Massacado killed.
Yeah,
yeah.
Pretty
JTB.
much.
I mean, that's your essence means more than anything, for the most part, right? As long as you're making the time limits. Or did JTB?
Sorry, for phase 1.
Yeah, for phase 1.
Yeah, I mean, killing Massacado is not absolutely mandatory, but with the UT, sorry.
Yeah.
But if you're going to get like a decent karma run, you're kind of going to kill him with a UT anyway, if that makes sense. So, you might kill him with an ET or a UT, but because you're going to be doing so many UTs, throughout all the other phases, like, money's not going to be a problem. And also on a karma run, you'll be killing the bats in that chest. At the end of phase 1, there's I think there's a bunch of respawning bats. I think you get 6 lots in the chest, and if you kill all those with a UT, like that's also a ton of money. So
I guess the reason
you'll be fine otherwise.
I guess the reason I stressed the UT on Massacados is because having some extra ninpo, having smoke bombs, having celerity, all that really comes into play.
Also for the next one.
Yeah, especially for the minions with Dynamo.
Yeah.
I think having that, because the first two are important, the first 2 phases, but really once you start to get to phase 3 and so on, Kel's video of his whole phase 2 was just flawless. It really was. At how fast and how everything that he did. I know when JTB had his video up and I'd kind of made mine, I think I'd lost like 150,000 to you after just 2 phases. Is how fast those points can add up. But it all starts in phase 3. So what do you need, not to do a Kel run, but to break 12 million starting in phase 3? What would be your suggestions for that?
Are you talking score or loadout?
Well, score for the most part, because if you can kill Massacado with the UT, killing Dynamo with the UT, you're going to have a lot of money to buy everything you need.
You're definitely not going, for one hit Lunar UT in phase 3. Like,
yeah. That's what I'm saying. I don't want to scare people
regularly.
off.
I don't know. I think from because I talked a little bit about this with JTB, and from what he said, it's like important, I think, to like speed kill Jotunfrau with UT. So like Dabby level 2, I think if you chain a lot of UT with Dabby level 2, technically you don't necessarily have to over farm, I think.
Hydrocubus, you mean?
No, but I mean before just the whole phase, I mean, because you got the early part of it too. Yeah, I know there's Hydrocubus, but I'm talking about zombies and all of that. I think you don't have to necessarily milk that much UT out of, though. I could be wrong though. I mean, if JTB said no, you need a lot of farming in those phases, but I think there was a lot of just doing UT with the Dabil arrow and after getting good quick kill with it, mix up of UTs and such on both Hydrocubus and Jotunfrau.
I think
pretty much. I mean, in terms of score, it's probably lower than people might think. I would say if your goal is 12 mil, as long as you get to as long as you're starting phase 3 at like 2.6, 2.7, like you're fine. You're more than fine. Because phase 3 and 4, like phases 3 and 4 are where the big points are. And I would say if you just want to go for 12 mil, Farm the purple zombie, because like that's.
We'll start in
easy.
phase 3. I mean,
Yeah.
Do you need?
Yeah, I'm just like. Overall.
Okay.
Because like I would say farm Hydrocubus, but that is definitely trickier than farming the zombie. But farm Hydrocubus, but don't worry too much about like perfectly manipulating all the tentacles so you get all 50 UTs.
Okay.
Just get your UTs on Hydrocubus and then take it from there. See how that goes. And then if you get to the end of phase 4, the end of phase 3. Again, go for speed on Jotunfrau. Don't try and get all his minions. And then you should be ending phase 3 at close to like 3, like high 3 mil, like 3.8, 3.7 probably. And then on phase 4, it's kind of a toss-up of what you feel more comfortable. The purple zombie is easier to farm, but the Marbus Marathon is where all the points are. You know, the Marbus Marathon is kind of...
How many cats do you have in there? Like
You got 111.
It is 111.
111,
Okay.
I was going to say
got-
112. I don't know why, but yeah,
You've
111.
got
alright.
111, but you also want the 50 UTs with that hidden timer. You know, you've got to be quick. You've got to get those 50 UTs. But 12 million is what would that be like? So that'd be 12. So you've got 2.5, and Eternal Legend doesn't count your items and that. So you would have to finish Eternal Legend on 4.8 million. So if you get to the end of phase 4 with like 4.5 mil,
You really
Like-
wouldn't have to do any farming there.
no, you wouldn't have to do any farming in phase 5. I would say, if I was going to recommend farming, I would say go for the Purple Ghoul and the Marbus Marathon.
Right.
Because that's where the bulk of your points are going to be.
Makes sense.
And so,
Yeah, but if you want to push it, you know, obviously you can farm Hydrocubus, but farming Hydrocubus can be tricky.
right, and then you still have a couple more waves after that. It's and there's
Exactly,
also
yeah.
that hidden timer that we were talking about and JTB mentioned. You know, once you start each, now I don't think the whole phase is 999 seconds. It's each part of the phase.
It's each part, yeah.
Yeah. So I think so on the Marbus Marathon, when we say the Marbus Gauntlet, it's about killing all the cats and killing those cats with UTs. You're not going to be able to kill all the cats and then farm Marbus. You know, it's not separate like that. It's 50 UTs for the Marbus, you know,
The
session.
whole thing.
Yeah, it's not like
Yeah.
you can get 50 UTs on the cats and then 50 UTs on Marbus. It's for the whole thing. So you definitely want to. And if you have to throw some ETs in there or something at the end of the day, I think killing all 111, and even if you throw some ETs in there, it's better than only being able to kill 60 something. You know.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
But, I mean, like you want to try keep your Luna level 2, and like I would recommend the Luna for the Marbus Marathon for UTs, and then you can kill one cat, and if you get a good run of Marbus, like you can just keep UTing cats over and over again.
Yep. Especially you have celerity at that point, guaranteed. So
And-
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and unlimited smoke bombs.
yeah, that too.
Oh yeah, yeah. Abuse the hell out of that in in Eternal Legend. It's amazing.
But side note I wanted to point out regarding the first 2 phases, because I actually did them, you know, for a point a little bit. And if you want to go though for really high score, I've noticed that it's not just about milking the UT in Eternal Legend, because especially in the military, you know, before Dynamo, I've noticed that a lot, because I was writing down, you know, the score I was getting depend on the speed, and sometimes I was getting more UTs, but I was, you know, losing tons of point on time, because in Eternal Legend, the time plays a way bigger factor than what people think.
Well,
Yeah,
isn't
it's
that
like
based on the
HP1.
Hurricane Pack scoring, JTB?
Yeah, it's HP1 style scoring. So every kill is worth 5,000 points, and every time bonus is worth 50,000. So
Yeah.
if you work out how we work out like points per second, you've got say 10 military guys. That's 50,000 points. So you've got 50,000 kill bonus, but you've only got maybe 30 seconds. You know, so every second is like well over 1,000 points.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, so it's crazy important. Like if you can do a blend in of speed kill and getting a lot of UTs, that is the best, I would say.
Yeah. And I mean, because they say Eternal Legend is basically just Hurricane Pack 2 without Intercept in a lot of ways.
I missed the Intercept. I just wanted to throw that in there. Since you
Yeah,
brought it up. It
I'm
was a lot of
hoping.
fun.
I'm hoping
Or come back.
the one and only Guilty can hopefully, like, if he can crack that somehow, like, to be able to just play HP2, like,
Right.
just, like, I think he'll go down in history. I think, you know, in the community.
I'd definitely like to get him on the NG Talk series.
Yeah.
As well
Talk
as
to
you
him on
guys.
the
I think
stream.
it'll
We should definitely have him. Yeah,
be a lot of fun. So, okay, guys, I know this is a lot of information, and but we wanted to be as specific as possible. I think at the end of the day, with everything that I've done, I didn't have to farm Eternal Legend to do that. So again, if people want to dismiss some of the other scores and say, hey, you know, I want to use elixirs here, and if I can just have like an 11.5 million score on Eternal Legend, that really will help people if they're just going for 50. So it's not as hard as I thought it was at the very beginning of it, because I had all these preconceptions. So I hope that by us going through and saying, hey, this is the average, this is the top score, use some elixirs if you need to give you peace of mind, and you'll find that 50 million isn't as bad. Because the tanks, Military Destruction 2 and Got You 5, and maybe even Captivating Goddess 1 turns a lot of people off. And,
Yeah, sure.
And then knowing that you don't have to play perfect all the time to get 50 million. Because it would be nice, because there's, as far as we know, I mean, there's only about maybe 30 people or so that we know of that's broke 50.
Yeah, and I don't think
I
there's
honestly don't even know if it's that many.
Well,
yeah, and I don't think there's actively right now anyone that is like trying to do that, if you
Yeah.
want, in this moment in time, beside like you did. I mean, I will eventually for sure, but I just don't know when, you know, I'll start putting the time in to farm those other missions, because I really want to, but yeah.
Well, Weeble 760 just broke it as well. He was on like 49.2 or 3 for the longest time, and he just never really wanted to get into it. But I think with me playing and talking with him, and you know, asking him some advice on certain missions and stuff like that, kind of got the old Ninja Gaiden Black mission mode juices flowing. And he texted me a picture the other day of him, you know, breaking 50 as well, and he was like, man, what a sense of relief. You know, to get that done. And he says, I never have to play for, you know, score again. And, you know, when we talk about what a relief, and then knowing Kel has 58, it's like, well, you know, maybe it's not as great as we thought it was, but at the end of the day, you still got to farm, you still got to do certain things, and you still got to...
But to be fair, I mean, surprisingly, a lot of the strat, you know, were found in recent years, like the better strat.
Yeah.
So that's why there was a lot of change towards that, I guess. So
Well,
that did help people overall, you know,
Well,
be able to reach that score.
Well, let's say it how it is in terms of randomize. Randomize knew a lot of these strats back in the day, but they were found recently by other players willing to share. You know, and you know, it's kind of a sad thing that back in the days, you know, people didn't want to do that, and that was the great thing about Iberian Warriors site, is we really promoted, you know, sharing with each other, and I think it really changed the game a lot. And you know, I showed a friend of mine wanted to watch that People I've Met Over the Years video, and he's like, wow, what a great time and great memories. I never would have thought this because of a video game. And that's always surprising me, because, you know, I've met a lot of people whenever, you know, I play pool a lot, competitive pool, so I know a lot of players from that, or when I used to ride motorcycles, or, you know, people, you know, who play tennis or golf, or, you know, I don't think that there's any difference from, you know, good people are good people.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
Ninja Gaiden is way cooler than golf.
So, to answer everybody's questions and y'all from earlier, I haven't really decided yet what I'm going to do going forward or when, just because I'm thinking about it, and I almost did it. I couldn't press the buy button, but I was going to buy Sigma. and the Master Ninja Collection. I'm sorry, the Ninja Gaiden Master Ninja Collection, and make some videos on that. Just some, how to get the Master Ninja ranking from, kind of, a player like me, because I've seen a lot of players struggle with that, and so I might do that.
That's been quite surprising actually.
And just do something simple. I mean, I don't even know if there's going to be, any commentary on it other than, hey, just follow this throughout, and my normal videos up on Ninja Gaiden Black if people want to see that. But
do you want to join the next tournament for speedrun, Big Al?
No.
Wink, wink.
No, no,
that would be cool.
no, because
that would have been nice actually.
No, I didn't. I could share in my commentary. Is the best that I could do on that. It's just too fast for me these days, and these videos, I know y'all said, well, hey, congratulations, you've done it, and you sell yourself short, but
it's true.
Well, I made my initial video on this 3.5 years ago, so it took me that long to have the desire and the urge to finally get it done. And so in order to compete at a competitive level on that, I'd really have to watch a lot and watch all the new strategies and all that on the speed running, and it's just something
it wouldn't be for you to be competitive.
I would want to be competitive, but I don't want to look like an asshole, more than my other gameplay shows sometimes. So yeah, I just I think it's not for me. I've got these help videos up, and
but we're glad to have you on the commentary. I would have loved to see you join, no joke, but yeah, definitely will never feel like you need pressure you into doing that.
And I appreciate it.
That was a great say. I didn't join for that, but I had the stream on just for pretty much all night. Just
if you want to join, by the way, for the next one, like this Saturday, you're welcome to if you want. It's probably gonna be around the same time, so.
I'm not sure, because going forward, the weekend's probably going to be when I'm streaming now, so I'll probably be doing something. But if not, I can always jump on and.
All right. I'll just let me know it's open.
I'll see if I can this week. But I was actually looking at Ninja Dog stuff this last couple of days.
I want to ask this question while I'm thinking about this.
Oh, yeah?
On hero mode, some guy was saying that this is not possible, but I thought it was. On hero mode, which is the lowest level.
Well, technically it's hero and ninja dog.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So if you die 3 times on hero mode, you actually go to ninja dog.
You do, yeah.
Okay. Because some guy said no, it's only hero, and I said no, I think it really is on.
It is, yeah. Because I tested that, I think, when I did stream it when it launched. Because I would have thought surely there's no way they'll give you hero mode on ninja dog mode, but it's really good. So it's I mean I'm still gonna mess with that.
Check the damage a little
mode.
bit with equipment.
I'm gonna mess with ninja dog for with equipment, just because it'd just be funny.
Oh my god, that would be hilarious. Okay, everyone. Well, look, I know this went a lot longer. I'm going to try to timestamp. It's going to take me a little while to get this up and sorted, and because each individual slide I'm going to have to go through, put it in my program, and then put it in and adjust the duration for each one. So it might be a little bit, but I hope this answers a lot of people's questions and maybe addresses some concerns of going for 50 million. And I think with the videos that are out there, I think with knowing that, hey, I can use some supplies and some ninpo in order to get back the tougher missions and still get a very good high score. I think
there's really no excuse though with the amount of high score on video nowadays. You don't have to go for that score, but you can see the strategy, and I think that's just huge on its own.
Yeah. And I mean, it's still going to be a grind. Don't get me wrong, but it was such a relief. Like I said on my other video, I went in and Shelly was asleep whenever I finally did it, and I woke her up and she gave me a big hug and kiss, and yeah, she's like,
congratulations again, for real. You really deserve it.
Oh, I appreciate it. But she's like, okay, you can leave now. Let me go back to sleep. I'm glad you did it, but leave me alone.
Yeah, leave me alone. I'm sleeping now.
So I'm glad it's over with. Guys, any final thoughts on just kind of what we were talking about in terms of the concept of Going
Well,
for 50?
well, the only thing I will say, even though no disrespects against the guy, I'm kind of really happy though that we removed a lot of randomized high score and we kind of put an actual video on the scoreboard. But
Right,
yeah.
right.
Yeah, I can only really echo that. And again, it's not to, you know, we're not shitting on randomized.
No. Not at all.
That mission mode thread, I'm just like so collectively proud of like the community for that mission mode thread now, because we've got, you know, 32 high scores on video. We've got 58.7 million on video. I know like hardly anybody speedrun mission mode, but like all that is done now. The no hurt no ninpo is like finally complete. There's a
Thank you.
it's finally done, like every single mission. And it's just an awesome thread, you know. There's a lot of videos in that thread. You could spend a good few days making your way through that thread, you know, with every video.
Yeah, and it's awesome to watch.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's really cool.
Okay, guys. Well, like I said, I know this is long. I'll do some timestamps. I hope everybody enjoys it. Any comments and questions are always welcome. And again, big thank you to the Godfather Dictator and JTB123 for taking a lot of time out of their day to do this. We're doing it for the community, and I appreciate you guys coming here. So thank you.
It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure.
Always a pleasure, man. Yeah, every time. Anytime.
Okay, guys. Well, I guess we'll see you in whatever next video either one of us do. And I mean, we enjoy the commentary with each other, and you know, maybe we can do some more collaborations together. And y'all take care. We'll see you in the next video. Take care.
Yep. Take care.
Take care, everyone. Peace.